It's 6 o'clock. We'll call the meeting to order. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to humbly acknowledge the land in which you live, learn, work, and play. It's Treaty 8 territory, the traditional lands of Korean Dene, and unceded territory of the Métis. And for the record, we have Councillor Boussier participating via Teams. And Councillor, you can leave your camera on so we can, for voting purposes, we can see your hand raised, please. And also, I'd like to welcome Mr. Paul Thorkerson at his first council meeting as our CAO. Thank you, Paul. And before we adopt the agenda, is there anyone who wishes to serve notice of motion? Not seeing any. Can I have someone make the motion to adopt the agenda as presented? Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the agenda be adopted as presented.
Thank you. Can I have someone second that? Councillor Benjoko.
I second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to consent agenda. Does anyone wish to remove any items from the consent agenda? I'm hearing none. Can I have someone make that motion? Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that the recommendations contained in items 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3 be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Weigel.
I'll second that motion.
And can I have a vote? All in favor, raise your hands. And we also have Councillor Cardinal joining us via Teams. Thank you. And that's also carried unanimously. This evening, the first item that I'd like to address is that the three proclamations for this evening. The first one is the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation, which is Friday, September 30th, and the proclamation reads as follows. Whereas the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo recognizes September 30th as a National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. This day is commemorated nationally to raise awareness to the tragic legacy of Canada's residential schools, honor survivors, and to remember those who did not survive. Whereas it is important that all Canadians understand the complex truth about history and ongoing impact of residential schools and the resilience that Indigenous peoples have shown amidst the collective harms and atrocities that have been endured. Whereas the municipality will continue to listen to, learn from, and share the truth that we honor the survivors of residential schools, their families, and their communities as we mourn the children who never returned home. And whereas in the municipality of Wood Buffalo region, the Holy Angels Residential School in Fort Chipewyan operated until 1974, the Bishop Peach Day School operated until 1985, and the Janvier Day School operated until 1974. And whereas the municipality remains committed to the truth and reconciliation through strengthened partnerships with the Indigenous governments, communities, and partners to implement the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action. Now therefore I, Sandy Bowman, Mayor of the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo, hereby proclaim September 30th, 2022 as National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. And I know this is an important day for us in the region, and I strongly encourage everyone to wear orange that day. Please take time to reflect on the importance of truth and reconciliation and the impact that residential schools have had on Indigenous peoples and communities, including right here in our region. The second proclamation is for Transit Workers Safety Awareness Month, which will be October, and reads as follows. Whereas there are approximately 2,600 transit workers in Canada that suffer life-changing and life-ending injuries every year because of incidents at the workplace. Whereas it is important for all workers, including transit workers, to be safe and protected from harmful incidents and violence in the workplace, including here in the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo. Whereas, in addition to laws, policy, and increased safety and security measures, public awareness surrounding transit worker safety has proven highly beneficial in the reduction of negative interactions in Canada. And whereas CUPE Local 1505 and the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo has been working collaboratively to raise public awareness surrounding the safety and rider etiquette in our public transit system and operations. And whereas an increased level of safety and awareness for workers in the public transit system results in a more safe and healthy work environment and a secure mode of transportation for all residents in the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo. Now therefore I, Sandy Bowman, Mayor of the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2022 as Transit Workers Safety Month Awareness. I want to say thank you to all the public transit workers here in the municipality and remind everyone that we need to always support a workplace that is free from harassment and violence, including for the people that work in our public transit system, so we can all do our part to raise awareness for everyone that works in the system. Finally, I'd like to make a proclamation for the 100th anniversary of Fire Prevention Week, which reads as follows. Whereas the Regional Municipality of Buffalo is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in and visiting this region. And whereas fire is a serious public safety concern both locally and nationally, and homes are locations where people are at the greatest risk from fire. And whereas smoke alarms alert people to danger in the event of a fire, which you may have as little as 2 minutes to escape safely. And working smoke alarms cut the risk of death reported in these homes in half. Whereas Regional Emergency Services of the Regional Municipality of Buffalo is dedicated to reducing the occurrence of home fires and home fire injuries through prevention and protection education. And whereas all residents should help ensure everyone at home understands smoke alarm sounds and knows how to plan and practice a home fire escape plan in order to best respond in case of an emergency. And whereas 2022 is the 100th anniversary of Fire Protection Week, this year's theme is Fire Won't Wait, Plan Your Escape. Effectively reminds everyone it is essential to have a home fire escape plan. Now, therefore, I, Sandy Bowman, Mayor of the Regional Municipality of Buffalo, do hereby proclaim October 9th through 15th, 2022 as Fire Prevention Week. And we want to thank the entire team at the Regional Emergency Services for all the hard work you do, keeping us safe. As well, mark this Prevention Week this year and look at this year's theme and encourage everyone to ensure their home has a plan should a fire alarm go off. This can make the difference should something occur, so please take the time to make a plan with your family and home with others. And also, when Councilor Walkman has also joined us on Teams. Thank you, Councilor Walkman. Next, we have a report of Planning and Development Process Review Report. I'd like to invite Amanda Heides, Acting Director of Planning and Development, to introduce the report. And joining Amanda will be Consultant Rick Valdemirsa of the EY.
Council, and a special welcome to our new CAO. I'm Amanda Heides, Senior Manager of Planning and Development, and with me this evening is Rick Valamarca from Ernst & Young Consulting. We're here to update Council, stakeholders, and the public on the status of Planning and Development's departmental process review, including project context, approach, and findings. This project aligns with Council's newly approved strategic plan, especially with the value of local economy and the aim to deliver a pro-business environment with attention to excellence in customer service and red tape reduction. The planning department is made up of 3 branches, including community development planning, safety codes, and land administration. We are public-facing and interact with thousands of people yearly for a variety of reasons, such as business licenses, development and building permits, and facilitating the sale and use of municipal land. Planning and development is responsible for ensuring development occurs in a safe, responsible, and organized manner to protect public interest. While this regulatory function is adequately being carried out, we know that we can do better. We also know our regulatory function has an impact on business investment and economic growth in our region. Over time, we have become aware of real and perceived complaints regarding the services that we provide and the manner in which they are being provided. The department felt it was critical to review our processes, understand issues and root causes, identify what can be tweaked or improved, and ways for processes to run smoother, ultimately becoming more user-friendly. The project unofficially started back in 2020 when our department was having multiple conversations with stakeholders, including the Wood Buffalo Development Advisory Committee and several of our local organizations such as the Fort McMurray Construction Association, NABA, and Chamber of Commerce. The need to do things better was apparent. Through an RFP process, we decided to seek a third-party professional consulting group who could offer an unbiased review and provide expertise in business improvement and also give the process review project the attention that it deserved. Ernst & Young were selected, and the project kickoff was last summer, with the final report completed in April of this year. The final report before you this evening is the same version staff will be working from. It was important for us to share all findings up front in order to be transparent and, more importantly, to keep us accountable to the public in achieving what we are setting out to do. Perception can be its own reality. A regulatory environment that is viewed as difficult to navigate can be enough to deter investment, hiring, and hinder economic growth in our region. Planning and development is seeking to improve the experience for our customers, which in turn should encourage and facilitate growth, business, and development within Wood Buffalo. On this note, the project objectives are improve customer service, reduce red tape, better facilitate property improvement, investment, and responsible growth, and reduce barriers to development. This project was led by a dedicated RMWB team who put the time, energy, and effort to listen, understand, and identify ways to improve. Our staff were incredible through this process, and rather than resisting the possibility of change or defending the way we do things, ideas were discussed, and shifting to see things from the customer's perspective became our priority. While we did have a consultant hired for this project, I do want to point out that the RMWB was working on this project day in and day out very closely with our consultant. And at this point, I will turn it over to Rick Valadamarca from Ernst & Young. His team was able to provide us with a rigorous, systematic, objective, and expert-based evaluation guiding the final report and our next steps in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda, and good evening, Mayor and councillors. And firstly, I just wanted to thank Brad, Amanda, and Dennis and their teams for working with us so closely during this engagement. Their passion and commitment to the municipality made our lives much easier, and I wanted you all to be aware of the significant efforts that they have made, including working weekends and evenings to ensure that we were able to meet the milestones. I'd also like to pay give a particular thank you to Dennis Vroom behind me, who sent me an email late last night and said, bring an orange shirt for council presentation. So thank you, Dennis. I'm going to keep my presentation at a high level. Amanda walked us through the project timelines, which started in September 2021, with documentation reviews and stakeholder engagement, followed by current state assessments and jurisdictional scans, and then recommendations and the implementation plans were formulated. Looking at the next slide, this is a synopsis of the project. Over 100 external stakeholders were engaged. We spoke to 45 service staff. We built a 3-year implementation plan around the 92 recommendations and actions. We summarized what we heard into 9 themes, and we identified 15 KPIs for measurement and reporting. I will say that a key foundation to the success of this project was the stakeholder engagement. A list of the stakeholder groups is identified here, and I will note that we conducted 28 workshops with P&D staff and 13 workshops with external organizations. It's important to note that during these external workshops, no P&D staff were in the room, really to foster honest and open communication. Moving on then, we summarized what we heard into 9 themes, really to be able to group the recommendations in some order. These themes ranged from policy through to org design, IT, and reporting. Next slide, please, Amanda. So our 92 recommendations were then assigned to the relevant department with the responsibility to implement these according to the implementation plan found on the next slide. And as you can see in this graphic, the recommendations were split across 3 years and the 4 branches. Some of the recommendations are quick wins, whilst others, especially those related to IT systems, are much more difficult and will take longer to action. I'm going to note that some of these recommendations are multi-year, starting in year 1 and completing in years 2 or 3. And with that overview, I'm going to hand over to Amanda. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. There you go. The next steps are truly where the hard work begins. Even though it was a lot of work to get us to the point where we are today, the real work is going to start now in the implementation and not just stopping at a report. While we've been able to start on some of the actions over this past summer, much more work does need to be undertaken. And as we move through implementation, monitoring and reporting on progress will be essential. Our team will use key performance indicators to measure and gauge progress, keeping us accountable to both the community and to council. Planning and development remains committed to continue the conversations that have started. And we do want to say thank you to the public, Indigenous partners, stakeholders, and the Wood Buffalo Advisory Committee for giving us your time and energy. And we also look forward to working with you as the implementation unfolds. Planning and development is committed to facilitating economic activity in our region, providing customer service that's exceptional, and streamlining steps and processes for our residents and for our businesses. We recognize process improvement is not a single event. It requires time, it requires effort, and we're dedicated to making the shift. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. And thank you, Rick. I have just a quick question. When we go through the 92 items you brought forward, is there any couple of quick things that you mentioned of some quick wins, over a few quick wins that you identified that what our residents would like to hear?
To the chair. Within the 92 recommendations, I would say the ones that stand out the most is, well, something that's quite simple. It's actually our website and our terminology that we use. We often find that words that are being used in the land use bylaw or on a checklist or on a website are different than depending on what page you happen to land on or what document you're in. And what we're finding is that can actually just start someone out on the wrong foot. They're already frustrated before they even began the process. So for us, that's a real simple one. That's an important one. We also recognize that navigating our online software for permits is not the easiest either. There's a lot of barriers there. Looking at things from a customer perspective or a user experience is what we're trying to do. And it's not easy to navigate our permitting system. So I would say those are the two. Another big piece is relationship based. We've been, as part of a bureaucratic organization, we have functions and systems that are in place that have been in place for many years that maybe they do work, but are they working the best way that they can for the person who's applying? And it's not enough for us to say, it is what it is because of what the bylaw says or what our safety regulations are or whatever it says online. We have to look at it from the person who's coming into the front counter and explain why things are the way they are and listen, because maybe there are times where we can start making tweaks to make the process smoother and easier. And that will be a shift for us in terms of our perspective on customer service and listening to whoever it is we're speaking to, if there's merit in us being able to tweak things to make it smoother. I would say those are the main elements.
Awesome. Thanks, Amanda.
Thank you.
Your question, Councilor McGrath?
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick observation. I understand that, like anything, if you get up in bed in the morning, you can make life better for somebody else. But I will say in my 9 years here around the table, when there's a really problem that's going to hold up somebody's business, the planning and development team that I know have always responded to that. And I think sometimes we lose sight of the fact that I think this is the first new I-beam steel is on Franklin Avenue in decades. But up the other side of the town, we were in a robust build. We went through a rebuild, went through another rebuild. So don't beat yourself up too much, because I know as a sitting councillor that if anybody that owns a business here have a real need to, expedite a permit or something that they don't feel is being processed properly, I know that it's been dealt with. And I can give you a number of examples, even as late when people make, a call to somebody. We have teams that are willing to go out and meet the resident. And I don't see that in a whole lot of places. So I would say don't beat yourself up, because anything you're at, there's room to improve it. And just look at myself, anybody else. So keep up the good work, and we appreciate what you do around here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I want to thank you for the presentation and the ongoing review process. As a councillor, I was not a part of the stakeholder engagement. However, recently I've received some concerns. For example, regarding a license for a cat, it appears that the same information must be filled out year after year. I also sent an email to the chair of the Wood Buffalo Development Advisory Committee, who explained he experiences the same frustration. So is this concern being considered in the review? For example, can it not be simplified like a business license in that you fill out the application for the first time and then it's just a renewal? Like,
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud. The PET bylaw is a separate bylaw that doesn't fall within planning and development, but we can certainly take that back and have the conversation internally about that.
okay, yeah, I'd appreciate that. So who does it fall under then, Amanda?
Community services.
Okay, okay. And I have another one, which I know is your department. So another concern that I received is to get the required permits to put a home on a developed lot. The resident explained that the RMWB provided them with a checklist. The resident completed the checklist. The resident explained that due to lack of detail on the RMWB checklist, the resident had to bring the surveyors out 4 times, and the city inspectors will need to come out twice. The resident is asking if the RMWB could put the required detail on the checklist so that this will not keep happening to other residents. There also appeared to be some confusion on who to contact, as the resident called planning to see what the engineering required, and the planning department was not able to give an answer as they had to go to the engineering department. This took some time to get an answer. And another problem was the RMWB reached out to the distributor to see if the home was CSA approved. The distributor said yes. Then the RMWB needed it in writing. This was done. Then the RMWB needed legal documentation. All in all, there will be 6 inspections so far. So what they're asking is if it's possible to put more detail on the RMWB checklist to remove these barriers to reduce multiple inspections.
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, you've identified 2 things that were identified in the report as well, and it's explicitly written out in terms of the checklist, and also internal communication between departments is sometimes a barrier as well. So yes, we are looking at those 2 items, and we agree that they need to be addressed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stroud. Councilor Benjogo?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation. And I don't want to repeat everything that Councillor Jane said, but my comments are that we are not currently a preferred place to do business with. And I think we need to move faster on making some adjustments. There have been numerous complaints. For instance, when a business is, the occupant maybe was a barbing salon and is changing to, I don't know, something simple that is not technical, but it's like residents have to go over again to get permit. So I don't know if there's a chance for us to make some adjustments and run as a business. The economy is changing, everybody's running as a business, whether it's IT or whatever. We must run as a business that want to attract customers and increase profitability. But it doesn't seem to be, that's what our residents are experiencing. We want this city to grow, but people are finding it difficult to do business here. I know of a guy that simply, is it that he's moving or he's on the way out because he was simply frustrated. So I think we need to intentionally do better. Thank you. We don't have 3-4 years to wait for changes. So like Mayor Bowman said, I'm just going to ask that we go back and see what are the quick wins, what can we do to make some changes.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, so in terms of requiring a permit for a change of use, if it is a different use, we still require that, but we actually have been able to incorporate a new process since doing this process review, whereby first use change use is what it's called. But basically what it means is there's a development permit exemption if it's the same type of use. So through current planning, they have been working hard to try to incorporate that new structure for the very reasons that you pointed out. And I agree with many of the comments that you're saying. Planning and development does play an important role in that. And we're hopeful that through this process and through some of the tweaks that we'll be able to align. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm not saying we should compromise safety, of course, or our process, the integrity of our process, but I'm glad you agree with what we are suggesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bajoko. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. So I want to echo a couple of things. I think there are times that planning and development get a bad rep for doing the things that they have to do. I'm certainly inspired to hear your opening comments in terms of the work that's being done. But what I think probably inspired me the most was just embracing the fact that, sometimes we have to look and say, oh, geez, maybe there is another way we can do this. That's maybe a little bit more effective and productive. And I, for one, have seen that already. I think that sometimes we also want to comment on some of the successes that have been there. Every organization, and ours included, is going to have some challenges, and it sounds like you're embracing understanding what they are and looking for more effective ways to do that. But I've also experienced through the fires and through the floods, supporting seniors in town in getting permits, having those permits dealt with effectively, having very quick and efficient inspections by inspectors, all of those kinds of things done, and a very cooperative department that made it a lot easier for some of the seniors to actually work through getting some permits and stuff to deal with either the fire or the flood that's happened. So I have seen, and I hope the community and others are seeing as well, some of that progress is already starting to be seen and felt by people, and I thought it should also be acknowledged. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
So thank you, Amanda and Rick. Do we have any other delegates to this item? So we'll begin with Bryce Kumka, Chair, Wood Buffalo Direct Development Advisory. So just a reminder, Bryce, you have 5 minutes for your submission, and then we can go to questions. If you can remain, please. Just press the button.
Thank you. Welcome. My name is Bryce Kumka. I'm the current chair of the Wood Buffalo Development Advisory Committee. I've had the pleasure of being the committee chair for the last couple of years and supporting this project since it was a budget item in 2019. So I'm really happy that it's finally come to full fruition. I'd like to welcome Mr. Thorkelson, to the meeting this evening. It's wonderful to see some new folks in the community, and look forward to working with you and the rest of administration and council on our unfolding projects. So this particular one is one of our committee's focuses and one of our accomplishments as an organization, and we're very proud that we're finally getting to the implementation and monitoring phase of this. I think there's a lot of really interesting findings if you have the opportunity to actually go through the report and look at the recommendations. There's a lot of really great things that can happen there. And I don't think that Amanda truly took credit for what they should have, and the fact that they've implemented a lot of the items that are in the report. So there's always work to be done. There's always work that could be done faster, but I think it's a diligent operation. That the last point on the slide, which was most important to me, was the continuous improvement piece, and that's really where this is near and dear to my heart. Where it's not just a review, it's not just an identification of problems, but it's a pathway forward to making things easier and less cumbersome within the municipality, and planning and development's been very key and pinnacle in working with our committee to seek our feedback and to make things better. So I really thank them for all the efforts that they've made. We've all struggled in this area, and every community struggles in the area of permitting, planning, development, and like land use bylaw issues and change of use. Councillor Manjuka is one of my key and pinnacle items, as Ben knows very well. But I think it's important that if we can broaden the spectrum of what we've done within planning and development to other departments within the municipality with the same focus on customer service, that would be very advantageous to all of us as residents and business owners. So I'd just like to thank Amanda and the team for all the work they've done, and we offer our continued support for the process.
Thank you, Bryce. We appreciate that. We have a few questions from council. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, through the chair. Bryce, always nice to see you. You're involved in the community. So, I guess from the different seats you sat in over the years, and the state of not just downtown Fort McMurray, but pretty well urbanization across the nation, from St. John's to Victoria. Victoria, I think, and Halifax are probably two of the downtown winners because they have so much inter-travel that makes it a success. Just project ourselves, I don't know, a couple of years out. If all goes as planned, and if we had a big box retailer move out of downtown, to your committee, what immediate effects do you see if we only had one or two?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, the scope and mandate of our committee is to create process that makes it easier to do business and move into the community. So as far as, as a resident, my comment would be that's not a great thing to have people moving out of the downtown. But from a committee perspective, we're here to make it easier. So our mandate is to provide guidance, reflection, input with respect to process and making it a simpler thing to do to come here and to continue to do business here. So having someone move away would be definitely detrimental, but it's not really our purview. That's more economic development and downtown redevelopment's kind of their area of expertise.
I certainly appreciate that, but when you're going to advise, I guess the process has to be smooth for all, no matter if you're a home-based business that supports the family in many ways. And then I guess the Development Advisory Committee would, I guess, make a recommendation to administration or council, wherever it be. What's the blocker of getting another, development that would bring in more? You've wore a couple of different hats. So if there was a silver bullet this evening that got us another box retailer or more, what would it be?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, I think the biggest challenge we have is the understanding of our demographic. It's a challenging endeavor to get large retailers to come here because they don't truly believe or see the opportunity. If they look at the population modeling that's done by the federal government, it's very different from the provincial or the municipal census. So it's hard to prove we have the population to support additional retail of any kind. This community is seen as being too small for a lot of retail endeavors by large, national scale retailers, but because they don't take into consideration the household income that's reflective, as we all understand here, is significantly higher than it is in other parts of this country. So working on that as a piece, as a community, is key and pinnacle to being able to attract large scale retail. That's more one of my other caps that I used to wear, but that's, in my opinion, the significant challenge is that demographic data is not truly representative of what we all know it to be here in the community.
Appreciate your service to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath, and thank you, Bryce, for your extensive knowledge of the community and what we've been through. I just want to remind the councillors just kind of keep the questions towards plan and development and red tape reduction. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through the chair, thanks, Bryce, for the update and the honor of serving on the committee with you. It's been good, and this has been a major, large focus. It's actually excited seeing the excitement around it, and not just the negative conversation, but the excitement behind, traveling forward and a step forward. I didn't speak up before, but I do want to say thank you to Amanda and Brad through this process. With another hat, I've been dealing with planning and development through business, and there's been great conversations with the planning and development team, and I've seen major leaps forward in process and explanation and focus on customer service, and that conversation's huge there. And so I know that you've been a big part of that and the whole committee. So thank you for your work, and thank you, Amanda and Brad, for your work on this. It's been great.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel, and thank you, Bryce. And we'll see you tomorrow morning at the meeting with the Associate Minister of Red Tape Reduction.
Fair
So
enough.
look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And can I have any questions from the delegate? I guess I should ask that first before he leaves. I don't see any. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Weigel?
I move that the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo Planning and Development Process Review final report be accepted as information.
Thank you. Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Benjoko?
I second that motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any other questions followed by debate points for council? Nobody online? I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to item 5.2, public art policy. I'd like to invite Deanne Berge, Director of Community and Protective Services, to introduce the report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Deanne Berge. I'm the Director of Community and Protective Services. I am presenting the Public Art Policy, PRC 170. The Public Art Policy was first adopted as a one-year pilot in 2014, and then approved for extension in 2015. The policy provides a council framework for implementing the Public Art Plan and the allocation of funds to the Public Art Reserve. The policy aligns with the Public Art Plan strategies and recommendations. The proposed policy includes a Public Art Reserve allocation of 0.5% of the capital construction project costs, as approved by Council through the annual budget process. Public art is fundamental to building community identity and a sense of place that is unique to the region. The Public Art Policy, PRC 170, establishes and supports the Public Art Program and identifies financing requirements related to the Public Art Reserve for delivery of public art programs and projects. The administrative recommendation is that the Public Art Policy, PRC 170, dated September 27th, 2022, as outlined in Attachment 1, be approved. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanne. Do we have any questions from council? Councilor McGrath?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Deanne. Is there any improvement on the process? I know in this chamber there's Indigenous art today that's hanging, but it was probably 2 years late, and there was a motion of council that brought forward, and as you know, because of some in-house politics, it was stalled, and I was appalled because it was a motion of council that was passed, and we never got it to the last. So in this new policy, would there be any chance for a repeat of that?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, this policy is really focused on the financial piece of it as well. But what I will say is that there is good processes that came forward in the public art work plan that was approved by council in June of this year. So that lays out what's going to happen in the year. So do I think that something like that could happen? I actually don't. Like, if we follow the process, we have the money in the reserve, we work closely with the Public Art Committee and the Interdepartmental Working Group, the projects are moved forward.
And I think when the motion was moved, it was 5% of capital budget spend for that year. Would there be a number that's, I guess, fluent today, what's in that fund, so that the community, arts, and public people know exactly how much dough is in there?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, that's correct. In 2014, it was 5% of all capital projects. In 2015, when the policy was updated, it was moved to 0.5%. You'll see in the redlined policy that there was a lot of words around how a capital project is defined. So what this new policy has done is clearly stated any capital project, so it's not the pre-design and design, but it's actually a capital project that's going to occur in that year, it's 0.5%.
So like, it wouldn't be like the $500 million rural water and sewer that we'll still pump into, so you wouldn't get 5% of that anymore because that's grandfathered in. Would that be correct?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, so it's 0.5%, and it's on the annual capital budget that's approved. So even multi-year projects, it would just be calculated on what's approved in that year.
I guess through the chair, what I'm asking is, when we, around this horseshoe, bought into 5% that year because there was never a dollar attributed to art, we all talked about it. That was the same year pretty well that the rural water and sewer got the full budget. So did we take the 5% of that budget and put it until the following year where we revise it, because 5% is very gracious. 0.5 of $1 billion, we all know what it is. So I guess my question is, today, as a public, as a resident, do we know how much cash we have in that kitty so that we can probably tidy up the city a bit?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, we do know how much is in the public art reserve. It's sitting around $2.3 million right now. So back when the public art plan was approved, there was actually a 5-year plan on how we're going to spend down that money. So there is art funding in the public art reserve right now, and it's sitting around $2.3 million.
I certainly commend the sitting council and the councillors before him for identifying that arts is a way of life for many. And the reason, I guess, I certainly know this is a monetary issue, because when we get back to the 4 pillars, we'll deal with that. But I guess there was a waste of money with the last motion, so I just made sure in your policy, when somebody comes forward and the policy is done, the deal is done, we don't have somebody take it and hijack it and put another couple $100 grand on it before it actually hits the road. So that was my point. I appreciate what you guys do.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Dogar?
Thank you very much, sir. Madam, I just want to know, in the start of the year, sizable amount was sanctioned for the art improvement and shifting that place to the downtown where the theater is. Today I went there just to know what is the progress, what the things are going on. The place was sealed and nothing was there. Is it paucity of funds or there's a change of plan? Please let me know.
Sorry,
Thank
Councilor Dogar, I think that's the Arts Council Will Buffalo you're referring to, not our art policy.
Yeah, policy and, they must be interrelated to each other. As per the policies, the amounts are sanctioned and the
No, it's the Arts
things
Council Will
take
Buffalo is a
place.
different association.
Excuse me?
Arts Council Will Buffalo isn't our art budget that we have. That's Arts Council Will Buffalo. That's a different group.
The one which was at the Keanu, you mean to say that is going to be shifted here, and that for that amount was sanctioned. But
Yeah,
there is nothing today I've seen that.
Yeah, that's Arts Council Will Buffalo referring to.
So what is the reply? You see, I'm mistaken.
Yes.
So she is only telling the policy, 170.
If you want to explain that, Deanne, thanks.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar. So this policy is strictly related to the RMWB public art policy. So what you're referring to is the $5 million that was provided to the Arts Council, and that is a separate entity outside of this policy. That money was given to them as a grant, and they have a schedule on how they have to spend it. So it's not related to the policy, that particular amount of funding.
So they are working still at the old place? They are doing their functioning as per routine?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, that's correct. They're working on that process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Councilor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. I guess my question is more about the funding and frankly, what you're going to do with it. If we're sitting at $300, $400 million capital budget, you're looking at what, $15 to $20 million worth of art. Is there a plan? I mean, if you're getting $15 to $20 million worth of art every single year, if you wait a little while, you're going to have $60 million to spend. So I'm just kind of wondering, is there a plan in place as to what we're going to do?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, yeah, there is a plan. So that was the public art plan that was passed. But what I want to be clear about is it's not just 0.5% of all capital projects. It's defined as construction. So it's not the pre-design and design. Wow. So when I'm looking back over what's been put into the reserve over the years, the highest amount ever was $809,000 in 2018. And it's been as low as $50,000. So it's not, we actually talk about it in budget, and we'll make sure and really highlight it this year for you. I work closely with Lori, our CFO, so once the capital budget's approved, we tell you that day, this is how much is being transferred into the public art reserve.
Fair
but
enough.
It's never been higher than 800,000.
Fair enough, but I mean, I've built an awful lot of things, and I'm trying to think back where any project design, pre-design costs more than the actual construction. It's usually 15 to 20% of the cost of the design. So 80% is construction at the lowest end. So I think we got to be cognizant of those numbers, because if we're putting in 5 million or 4 million every year, you're going to end up with a lot of money. So that you don't know what to do with, frankly, you can't spend. I'm all for public art. I mean, just walking around Calgary, they got it everywhere. We got nothing, so.
Thank you, Councilor Ball, and thank you for your presentation, Deanne. Now invite next delegate, Sharon Heading, Chair Public Arts Committee, please. And just a reminder, Sharon, there's 5 minutes. Just remain seated for any questions.
Thank you very much. First, I'd like to thank Mayor and Council for the opportunity that I have in volunteering with the Public Art Committee. I've been involved since 2014 when we wrote the original bylaws. And I really do wish we had millions of dollars to spend. It would be a very exciting city. I support the policy update. This will put the public art program in a position to deliver on the recommendations and program areas approved in the May 2021 Public Art Plan. The purpose of public art is to strengthen the identity of our community and our sense of place. Implementing these actions and strategies gives us a robust public art ecosystem, sustainable structures, and supports a connected community. With visible Indigenous and multicultural presence, it reflects the fabulous community that we call home. Excuse me. To highlight some of our most recent programs and activities working with local artists, we just completed the Mural Academy, which consisted of 3 programs, 125 participants. There was the Aerosol Academy, Borealis Skate Park in partnership with Misnawayo Friendship Center and Canadian Mental Health, and the mini murals, which you can now see on the corner of Franklin and Morrison. The Street Banner program in 2022 designs will be hung in the next month, 100 submissions and 12 design picked, including those from rural. Within Cayenne Park, there will be 2 public art benches with sister benches installed in Sapre Creek and Anzac. Pop-up photography mural in partnership with Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo Economic Development and Tourism. Artwork acquisition to be installed in Birchwood Trails featuring the art of Amy Keller-Remp, And last but not least, stewarding the artwork that's in these chambers. And respectfully, through the chair to Councillor McGrath, I know it did seem late that these things arrived, but it is with great pride as the chair of this committee that I say we navigated not politics, but dignity through being leaders in setting the standard for public Indigenous art across this province. Our sharing circle was new and exciting and so very respectful to the Indigenous community. It brought so much pride. I spend a lot of time with my other hat. I come here wearing 3 hats. I'm a local artist, and I'm very proud of that. I work in the Indigenous communities, supporting rural art support through my job at Arts Council and as longtime chair of this committee. The response that we had from art in this chambers, from the elders when I met for an elders' tea in Fort Chipewyan the day after this was opened, was so moving. I had elders approach me and say, for the first time, I see myself in this community. And that's what public art does. So if we were a little slow in getting it here, I will say with great pride that I dug my heels in those committee meetings and said, I don't care what day council chambers is opening. I care that we do this right, because fast is not always right. And I take great command and pride in the fact that our committee lobbed around some pretty delicate, awkward, and uncomfortable topics, and did it while allowing everyone to keep their pride and dignity. I'd last like to say how very proud I am to be part of that committee, and I'd like to conclude by thanking Mayor and Council for their continued support of the arts and their understanding of the vital role arts play in making our community more than a place to work, but in fact a place that we very proudly call home. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon, and thanks for everything you do. I have a few questions from Council, if you could remain seated. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, through the chair. And, ma'am, I've been on the bandwagon for 40 years. The art hung in this chamber should have been hung in the last chamber many moons ago. So not a moment in my life have I ever been an insult to the public. I want you to go away with this evening. As a sitting councillor that sat in an office that was big enough for 2 hens, for 11 of us when I first started, we made some progress internally. The chamber, if you remember before, was marrowed in brick. And if you went to a size, they have a brick for every survivor that was lost, I'm sorry. So I never said it took time. I made the motion in that old chamber. And I wasn't trying to beat the new chamber. That was somebody else's vision. So no, this is not disrespect, because what you guys do in the community, you bring arts alive. And I was in art a long time ago. All you got to do is look through my house. Indigenous people, they're the first ones to feed me.
It's true.
And I don't come today having fake relationships. They're storied history. So I did get upset, because I was the councillor that bought this. And I knew in my own heart and soul, we didn't have to go outside this region, because I grew up with the guys that done the work. That wasn't so I didn't want you to go away tonight and people think that I don't support this. What really got mine, emotion of my colleagues was totally ignored, hijacked. You don't know that part of it. We were never meant to wait for the new chamber to open. It was my dream to have the art hung on them shitty brick walls that were empty, with a community that made the first barrel of oil, fur trades that are unheard of. So yeah, I take a bit of pride in what I do up here. And even though it doesn't seem like it sometimes, we work our arses off, and sometimes through headwinds that we don't hear about because they're only part-time, because there'd be no way, ma'am, that I would, the elders, more respect for an elder than I have for myself ever. And I knew we had a committee, so I didn't want you to go away this evening. I appreciate everything you do. So does my family, so does the community. So those old power boxes that are out there that people own, it takes 45 minutes to wrap them. And we got a story for every story box in Fort McMurray. We got a story of good people. So I would say to the Creator, Mother Earth, this is not an attack on the arts. This was something that was meaning something that we should have had in the last building. And why did it take since, I don't know, 75 to have something in our chamber? That's the part of reconciliation that we got to start living with, reality. So I appreciate what you're doing.
Respectfully, through the chair to Councilor McGrath, I agree. Sometimes it takes a long time to do the right thing. And I think we should be excited that we are now at that stage and focus on the exciting things we can do move forward and all of the great things that have done by sitting in past councils.
Thank you, Sharon. Councilor McGrath, Councilor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you, Sharon, for your presentation and your volunteerism. The piece of art that's going into ANZAC, the bench program, is very nice. And I appreciate that you consulted with all the residents to ensure that, you know, what they felt was the proper piece of art. And it appears that the changes in the policy are supported by the Public Art Committee.
Yes, in fact, they are.
Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you, Councilor Stroud. Councilor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Sharon, and thank you for the presentation. I just want to appreciate the work that you guys are doing, and also to appreciate the enhancement of indigenous arts in our community, and of course the multicultural arts. I don't know what that would look like, but it's really a strong part of inclusiveness, and I want to appreciate the initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you very much.
Can I have someone make the motion? Councilor Ball.
I move that Public Art Policy PRC 170 dated September 27th, 2022, as outlined in Attachment 1, be approved.
Thank you. Someone second that motion. Councilor Weigel.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. And this is the final question, final opportunity. Anybody ask any questions? I'm seeing none here online, so I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have a report on municipality-sponsored ceremonies, policy PRC-120. I'd like to invite Matthew Harrison, Director of Communications and Engagement, and Nadia Power, Manager of Public Engagement, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and good evening, members of council. For the record, my name is Matthew Harrison. I'm the Director of Communications and Engagement, and I'm here to present the proposed revised municipally sponsored ceremonies policy, PRC 120. And for this presentation, I am joined by our Manager of Public Engagement, Nadia Power. Her branch is often the lead coordinating group for municipal ceremonies like those identified in this policy. This policy was originally approved by Council in April 2016 and is before Council as part of the regular organizational policy review process. The regional municipality of Wood Buffalo is committed to celebrating regional successes, and one of the ways the municipality demonstrates this commitment is by officiating at groundbreaking, ribbon cutting, dedication or grand openings, naming and renaming ceremonies for facilities funded in whole or in part by the municipality. The policy before you this evening establishes guidelines for formal ceremonies officiated by council or other municipal representatives, ensuring that any such events are guided by appropriate directives and best practices. As part of this policy update, administration identified a need to be more general and flexible in the commemorative activities to which the policy applied. In addition to removing direct references to groundbreaking and ribbon cutting in the existing policy title, municipally sponsored ceremonies is the new, more general proposed title. We also changed the eligibility criteria outlined in section 3.1, specifically adding item 3.1.27, which is commemorative activities at other special events. And adding this accommodates ceremonies that may not be identified at the time of this policy's implementation. Besides the above items, there were also some changes to responsibilities, and as noted in the revision history, when required, some information was moved from the policy to the administrative procedure to better align with document purpose and requirements. And that includes some sections about when groundbreaking or ribbon cutting should be scheduled in relation to the start or conclusion of a project, and not scheduling ceremonies within 60 days of a municipal election. The proposed policy before you this evening updates and improves upon what currently exists, aligns with municipal practices, and provides governance structure to guide administration in the development and implementation of municipally sponsored ceremonies. Therefore, administration recommends that municipally sponsored ceremonies, PRC 120, dated September 27th, 2022, as outlined in Attachment 1, be approved. And that concludes my presentation, and we would be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew, and thank you, Nadia. As this position, I've really respected good policy, so thanks. If anybody else has any questions of council? I'm not seeing, Councillor Stroud, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. So just for clarity, Matthew, it appears that no groundbreaking or ribbon cutting ceremonies be held within the 60 days prior to any municipal election is removed from this new policy?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, it's removed from the policy, but it's still in the administrative procedure, so it's still part and parcel. It's just the way that we're organizing governance documents. Certain items were moved into a different section, so it still does apply.
Okay, just under administration. Okay, thank you.
Councillor McGrath?
Thank you, Through the chair. So, to understand it correctly, we wouldn't have a repeat of City Centre out back. I know that the ribbon was cut the day before election was called.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor McGrath. Yes, I believe you're referring to the Jubilee Plaza opening that was right during the 2013 municipal election campaign. And I believe that was one of the reasons behind the original policy putting in place in 2016. So that's exactly right. There would be no events, any kind of ribbon cutting within 60 days of a municipal election.
I certainly commend the administration for fine-tuning that, because we created another one on the block over. We'll see how that one works out. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, sir. To the chair, thank you for briefing. It was a good one. I just want to ask you one thing. This policy, has it been discussed at a committee level? And if it was discussed, what are the recommendations?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar. The policy is, it's an existing policy, so this is just a revision and an update to the policy, and then it would have gone through the regular governance steps in terms of updating policy internally.
Only in time. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other questions, so thank you, Matthew, and thank you, Nadia. Oh, sorry, Councillor Boussier, I didn't see you on there. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to the presenters. Matthew, just a question regarding invitees to grand openings. I was always curious in when I served first 13, we did, I forget the grand opening, but it was the council of the time that did the ribbon cutting. Do we ever give any thought to inviting members of council that were responsible for that facility to the event?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier. That's certainly something that could be considered in the future. I know there is components of who would be invited to a ceremony included as part of the administrative directive, but certainly Nadia's team, and Nadia can add more to this after I give my little spiel, but Nadia's team, there's often a person who leads the coordination, and so they would work with the different stakeholders to consider who could be invited or who would be appropriate to be invited. Nadia, I'm not sure if you have anything more to add to that.
Yes, thank you, Matthew, and through the chair to the councillor. Thank you for the question. We work with the different funding partners as well for any of the different projects we're working on. So we would have a list of invitations perhaps from any funding partners that might be external to the municipality. And we have had different representation at like actually holding the ribbon or holding the scissors at ribbon cutting events or doing the unveiling. So this is usually advised by the people that have been involved in the construction of the project. If I could ask a clarifying question, please, of you, do you mean to invite perhaps a previous council member that might have been involved in council at the time the decision was made, perhaps to build a facility? Is that what you mean, councillor?
Yes, I'm trying to think of maybe Councillor McGrath or Stroud would be able to assist. I forget which ribbon cutting it was, but I certainly wasn't part of the council that supported and seen the development through. But yet we didn't invite previous councillors to the ribbon cutting, unless maybe we did and no one showed up. Nadia, I'm not sure, but I forget which one it is. I'm thinking it might have been the swimming pool up in Fort Chipewyan. We didn't invite the council, like, I don't know if it was Mr. Chatty would have been on there or who the current members were that were the ones that are instrumental in making the Fort Chipewyan swimming pool happen. It was just the council at the time that did the ribbon cutting, but for the most part, the Fort Chipewyan pool was already on its way and was pretty well completely constructed, and yet it was us up there taking the limelight when really it wasn't us that, not all of us were part of the council. I mean, Councillor Stroud would have been on there, and I don't know who else would have been back then at the time, Phil Marr and Sheldon, but I don't believe any of them were invited, like the ones that were no longer serving. Nadia?
Thank you. Yes, thanks for the clarification. I don't have personal involvement with that one, but what I can say, though, is that the administrative procedure does allow for us to, and we would always, in any case, want to have the input from council to know who should be invited. And so we would certainly take your recommendation and guidance on any previously sitting councillors or any other people that should be invited to be part of any of these special ceremonies. Thank you.
And if I
Thank
could,
you.
Sorry, Councillor, if I could just add to that through the chair to Councillor Bussier. With this new municipally sponsored ceremony policy, we've also built it out a bit more, so now it has an administrative procedure associated with it. So that procedure goes through more of the logistical pieces, like the invitees for an event. So I think there's a bit more structure around the planning for these events at this time than it may have been a few years ago. So I think that's something that we can certainly work to avoid and ensure all the appropriate folks who should be invited are invited.
Okay, thank you.
Super. Thank you, Nadia, and thank you, Matthew. I'm not seeing any other delegates for items, so can I have a councillor make the motion? Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the municipality-sponsored ceremonies policy PRC-120 dated September 27th, 2022, as outlined in attachment 1, be approved.
Thank you. I have someone second the motion. Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any questions of council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you. So I'll call for a vote. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving to new and unfinished business, we have a tax relief request for condo plan 8120257. I'd like to invite Laurie Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer, and Kevin Navedi, Manager Assessment, to introduce the report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and welcome to our new CAO. Pleasure to have you here. My name is Lori Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer, and with me is Kevin Navidi, Manager of Assessments, who will be presenting to you this evening.
The Hanging Stone Point condominium complex comprises of 214 units, and administration received a tax relief request in the amount of $305,744.42. The corporation provided court orders allowing them to rent 110 units to cover the rental expenses and pay taxes and utilities. The owners of 9 units out of 110 units has been paying their taxes. There are 2 units owned by the corporation which are in tax areas and are included in tax relief requests. As per section 347 subsection 1 of the MGA, if council considers the request for refund or cancellation is equitable, it may, with or without conditions, cancel or refund all or part of the municipal tax and penalties. The provincial requisitions are a collection of funds to be paid to the province. If council chooses to cancel, the province of Alberta requisition portions to the owners of those 103 units in the amount of $93,014.86. The monies would be taken from municipal reserves, as all monies collected in the past have been forwarded to the province. Based on Section 3249 of the recently approved property tax relief policy, the taxation branch will normally recommend to council that the request for relief for charges, levies, or amounts added to the tax roll that do not relate to the annual property assessment and taxation process be denied. The utility charged at the amount of $81,480.22 is included in this request and are not related to the annual property assessment and taxation process. Also, based on Section 325 of the Property Tax Relief Policy, the taxation branch will also normally recommend to council that the request for property tax relief be denied if the request is related to property tax that was levied more than 2 years prior to the current tax year. Existing owners of registered accounts have not requested tax relief, and the municipality will pursue its legal rights under Section 411 of the Municipal Government Act to collect unpaid taxes. This is an unfortunate situation that our residents are experiencing. In the previous council meeting, we heard about back-to-back situations such as construction delays, special assessments, and unpaid condo fees, but property taxes are a separate issue. Many other businesses or homeowners had to deal with aftermaths of wildfire and is still struggling with it. Please note that property taxes in Alberta are very regulated, and we must treat all taxpayers equally. Therefore, following the Horse River wildfire, all fire-impacted homeowners received tax relief in the form of the cancellation of 2016 municipal property taxes for destroyed or severely damaged homes until the property was repaired, sold, or the end of the calendar year was reached. It should be noted that there are other debts against these units, specifically a builder's lien at the amount of $13,782,727. The outcome of these debts and liens are unknown for the administrations. The corporation is also requesting that if tax forgiveness is not approved, council considers deferring tax and penalty payments. As per Section 347, subsection 1C of the MGA, if council considers the request for deferment is equitable, it may defer payment and the corporation enters a tax repayment agreement with rmwb to pay the taxes on a monthly basis in the amount of $14,000 per month until the units are sold or taxes are paid in full. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. A question from Council, Council McGrath.
Thank you, Chair, and I certainly familiar with the situation. It's not the first time that I came to the council chamber in the rebuild, and certainly my thoughts are with the families that continue to rebuild their life in Abasan and the Condo Corp. I believe there's a fellow here that can educate a lot of people of the plight of some of the people. I guess the question would be, just to backtrack, tax forgiveness for 104 units, is that correct?
For 103 units.
How much?
103.
103, and I'm getting old and half crazy, but I believe there was a little bit over 200?
Through Chair to Councillor McGrath, that's correct. There are 214 units in this complex, and only 103 of them are in tax areas.
And I guess through the chair again, the 103 units, would that be all in exclusive? Like, they had some underground work, and then we had to sponsor some stuff, which totally anybody would do. This is totally a tax issue. It's not Viceroy versus the Condo Corp. It's not the builder's lien versus, and this is why I tried to, get the strong spirit around the table. Us councillors have been sitting in these chairs for 12 months, and we're at exposure to ruin our own personal lives because you don't know who's being sued. This is a spider web that can affect a lot of people. And, my heart goes out to a few people here today that I know because I was at the door with planning and development. One deal after another. I know that the supplies were in Vancouver. But I'd be interested to see the 104 units, they're all privately owned by residents of Wood Buffalo?
Through Chair to Councillor McGrath, 101 of them are owned by the property owners, and 2 of them are owned by the Condo Corporation.
I guess through the chair, my question is, because I know I've seen all this, and my heart goes out to planning development, because in the early days and after days, these people had to wait weeks to check their homes, to get who owns them. Found out that half of them are owned by overseas. So if I'm going to help someone this evening, I'm not going to help some guy that lives in China or Japan or Vancouver or Toronto or whatever the case may be. So I guess I want to make a good decision based on the 104 units. Do we know if they live in Fort McMurray, or are they just someplace like everybody else, fly in, change a bit of oil, off they go? Okay, sir, I know I'm asking all, out of the 104 units, sorry, sir, through the chair, out of the 104 units, do we know this evening who's living, and it's not for us to know, I'm not asking to breach, but I want to know if it's just a place where that maybe somebody lives there sometime, because I know that whole spider's nest, if you will, but there are some people here that grew up here, that live there. So
To Chair to Councillor McGrath, just to clarify, those 104 units, the owners are not requesting tax forgiveness. This is the remaining owners that they are asking on behalf of their neighbors.
But it has a trickly, through the chair, but it has a trickly effect, because the money's going to come from someplace. So the people that are left, they're going to pay the bill. And that's basically the people that are left are the ones that teach in the schools. One I see. Retired from site. Another I see. Another one just starting to help us out with daycare. So I guess as 11 councillors, 10 councillors and the mayor, we need to make sure that if we do, we get the right information. Because this is like opening up Pandora's box, especially in Alberta or Fort McMurray where condos go. So I'm sorry, Mayor Bowman, it's lengthy because the information that you gotten since you got elected is not enough to, I guess, to know the history. But maybe Johnny here will come up and brush up the public.
Thank you, Councilman Roth. Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, sir, to the chair. I just want to ask the presenter that is it the same presentation, same subject, which was I think 4 or 5 months back, it was discussed here. And there was a very pathetic situation by some of the residents. It was worth pity. And we postponed it, sir, to give it a second thought or a change of some recommendations. Did you make some changes in that?
Through Chair to Councillor Dugar, following that meeting, we received the court orders from Condo Corporation to check the agency. And based on those court orders, the court allows the corporation to rent those units and then pay taxes and utilities. Furthermore, we were discussing the other opportunities, how we can facilitate the payment of these taxes, which will be based on monthly payment of the tax. Thank you.
Thank
you. Councillor Cardinal.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This through the chair to the presenter. I just wanted to ask how much are the homes worth? I guess it would be 111 homes. Are they no the 103 units? Are they at regular value for on the price list for by selling their houses in McMurray? Are they downgraded because of the arrears that the homes own?
To Chair to Councillor Cardinal, the property value is around $100,000 to $130,000 per unit, and the reduction in the value is based on the market change in our region.
Okay, so with the market change in our region, so if they had no arrears, what would each condominium be worth? Would you know that answer?
So, to Chair to Councillor Cardinal, would you please repeat the question?
If there was no arrears and no taxes on the condominiums, what would the condominiums be worth as opposed to 130 that you're saying they are now?
To Chair to Councillor Cardinal, the impact of taxes is not related to the value of these properties. So the market value is still $100,000 to $130,000.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to, voice my concern for. I have read the letters that came from Melissa, Shelley, Kathleen, John, Meg, and Chris, Patricia, and John Turner for Cecilia McDonald, Daryl and Esther, Carol, Rob, Devin, and Alana, Sandra, Dennis, and Satish. I thank you all for. The list goes on. I've read these letters, and I really appreciate that you've taken the time to actually email Mayor and Council and put a lot of effort and thought into reaching out to us. I couldn't imagine the position that you are all in, and my thoughts and sincere condolences and prayers go to your. Prayers go to you and your families. And I've read about a lot about closet doors and stuff where you weren't even able to get a lot of that stuff, and living in your homes with stuff missing. And it's really, really heartfelt, and I've really taken the time to really overlook a lot of this. And as a mayor, as a council member, I give credit to all the ones that are still there, even with the struggle. I really, really commend you, because you're definitely a better person and stronger person than I am to be sticking around and doing these wonderful things and standing strong and firm and making ends meet. And I really admire that. I just wanted to say that to you all. And and for the banks to pull out, well, that was their decision, and I really commend ATB.
Sorry, Councillor Cardinal. Right now, we're just asking questions of administration. I think they're going into possibly the closing and debate points for later on. Right now, just asking questions of administration.
Okay, sorry. I'll leave that. Okay, so I'll just leave that to later then.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. And through the chair to the presenters, just seeking clarification on what was mentioned with the 103 units. So just looking to the presenter, so who owns the 103 units? They're not individually owned anymore, are they?
Yes.
To the chair, to Councillor Boussier, they are individually owned titles, and 101 of them owned by different owners and 2 of them owned by the corporation.
So through the chair, so the 101 that are asking forgiveness, the forgiveness request is coming from the titled owners or the corporation?
To the chair, to Councillor Boussier, the request is coming from the corporation.
Okay, so it's not coming from individuals.
To the chair, to Councillor Boussier, that's correct.
Okay, so I think that needs to be clarified, because I think there's an understanding out there that it's 101 different individuals. My understanding is the individuals that wrote the letters are current with their taxes. Is that correct?
To the chair, to Councillor Boussier, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the chair. I'm just going to keep on going down Lance's path because I'm very ignorant to a lot of this, and so I'm just looking for clarification. A lot of the letters state the fact that the current owners that are up to date with their taxes are going to be burdened with paying the taxes of the owners that aren't. Can I get clarification of why that would be?
To the chair, to Councillor Weigel, if the corporation is going to take over these properties through a foreclosure process, in any foreclosure process, they need to clear up the tax account. So they need to pay these taxes first in order to take the ownership.
So the corporation would then, so right now they own 12. 2 or 12? Okay, I'll cancel the one. They now own 2. And they're looking to then take 101 of the abandoned, foreclosed properties or in arrears.
To the chair, to Councillor Weigel, they're actually going to take over 103 additional properties,
right.
But 2 of them already paid their taxes. That's why there is 101 in the request.
Right. And so, and again, going down, just so I have an understanding, when somebody forecloses on a place, the person responsible then becomes the bank. And so when the bank forecloses, then any tax arrears and condo arrears are then placed upon the bank to pay off. These banks, in my understanding, and I could be wrong, have donated, given back, gifted in some of these cases. So they are absolving themselves of the responsibility of paying those out, therefore giving it to the condo association as a whole with debt and everything attached to it at that point. And so this is why the corporation would then be left with the debt of the taxes, because the bank was not willing to do it and go through due process and foreclose them themselves. I guess let's answer that one. I got about 3 more questions to answer after that.
The banks has not foreclosed these properties because the value of properties after taking off property tax and condo arrears is basically nothing. So it will be additional cost for the banks to do the foreclosure. That's why they haven't acted. They haven't done anything. I'm not sure if they removed, because I can see in the land titles there is still mortgage registration. Therefore, I can't say the mortgages are forgiven or not. I can confirm that. However, the corporation, if they list it, if they do the foreclosure, then they have basically more than value of the property apparently in condo areas, and they will be able to take over the ownership. But I can't say if the mortgages are forgiven or removed from the title or not.
Sure. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. So again, for clarification, if the bank was to foreclose, then they would be responsible for the arrears, correct?
Sorry, for tax areas, you mean?
Yes.
And during the foreclosure, the new owner gonna pay to the banks. First, money will go to the municipality for tax areas. The second money will be probably going to the corporation, condo corporation, and what is left is going to go to the mortgage or any other debtors.
So that happens at the purchase when there's a new purchaser at that point.
The new purchaser.
So the bank isn't responsible for paying the taxes. It's the new the money from the new purchaser would then flow through that foreclosure to pay the taxes.
That's my understanding. Is that yes?
Okay. So is it then legal for them to, instead of going through the foreclosure procedure, because like you said, the value is off, then gifting those houses back to the condo corporation, therefore relieving themselves of their responsibility of paying that, but then obviously adding it on to the burden of the condo association?
To the chair, to Councillor Weigel, I'm not sure if they are going to give that, just assuming if market changed, now the property is triple in the value, they're gonna make their money back. That's why I'm not sure if there is any gifting or not.
No problem. I know that you can't confirm that there is. I'm just saying, is that illegal? Like, can they legally do that? Like, is that a possibility?
There is a quit claim process in Alberta that anyone can say, I am releasing all my rights to a different owners.
Okay.
I am not taking care of any other debts there.
Okay, perfect. And so if that goes on, and so now then they're in control of all, say 103 now, let's say hypothetically all 103, then the condo association is now responsible for the debt of the taxes and I guess the money back to themselves for the condo fees and special assessments.
To the chair, to Councillor Weigert, that's my understanding. Thank you.
And so therefore, if they take those back, that's where the conversation of the extra burden of the taxes, because they would then, as a condo corporation, would take the condos back. They would have to then relieve the back-standing debt of the taxes, and therefore that would add a special assessment onto the other owners that are existing there that have paid up their debt, and that's where they would then carry the load of the back taxes of the other condos.
To Chair, to Councillor Weigel, first of all, I am not sure if they take the ownership right away, they have to pay that or not during the quit claim.
Okay.
So maybe foreclosure and quit claim, they have different process. I am not legally aware of those details. If it was foreclosure, I understand that the taxes should be paid right away. In quit claim, I am not sure. Maybe they, as you mentioned, they can get the title and then later on they will be responsible to paying those. So in answering your question, for foreclosure, they need to pay the taxes right away. But for quit claim, I'm not sure. I think they can take the ownership.
Okay. Through the chair, can we make a note? Because I think I'm going to ask that legal question, I think, somewhere as we get down here, as we go through there. And so, no, I think that's all my questions for you. I'll save my other questions for clarity for the delegates. Thank you.
Thank Councillor Weigel. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, through the chair. Now, Paul, I know it's your first night on the job, but through the chair, I guess to our CAO, just a quick flash, knowing that every person that owns a business or a residence in Alberta need to pay municipal tax. This is a special situation, I guess. So, what, I guess, the question, Paul, would it be prudent of us to take a step back, not knowing that who owns the condos, and that's my biggest fit. I like to certainly look after the people here in McMurray, but I've seen enough of this. That stuff go on up there was unbelievable, and I can say it on public, and not going to get in trouble because the guy there can tell you it was unreal. What we done with, not what we done with people, what other people allowed to happen. Play with people's lives, moms and dads, no place to live. But anyways, my question is, would it be fair, because it's such a sensitive issue, because through the chair to our CAO, there might be some monies from Red Cross that are true monies that are left over someplace from the fire disaster fund, or they are, there might be. But I just wonder, I guess, would that be, I guess as a councillor, not knowing, because this is a hornet's nest. There's one lawsuit after another, and as a councillor here, maybe the guy is, hours ready to retire. I wouldn't want to see the rest of my colleagues get in trouble. But I think there's some deep roots in this.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath, and through the chair. I think you touched on a pretty important point. There's many layers and many issues that are wrapped up in this. I would say to you that we are advised that there isn't disaster funding available, that those funds had been expended through the Red Cross and through the collaborative efforts of both the rmwb and the province in providing funds during those times. Those funds are exhausted. I think it's trite to say our hearts go out to the folks that are in this situation. It is not a situation that the municipality has caused or put them in. And it's very difficult for a municipality to then be acting as a backstop to decisions that were made that we had no control over. I think the recommendation that staff have brought forward as an option, extending the payments out over a period of time, is about the best option that we can, from an administrative perspective, bring forward for council's consideration. I think deferring it or referring it for more information, I don't think is going to peel more layers off this onion. And it's really going to delay the end point of having to make a decision here.
Well, I guess, sir, first question from a councillor, beautifully done. I know where I put you on the spot. You never threw your team under the bus. You don't even know them. So I guess I'm going to wait for the debate, because there's a monkey in the woodpile and it's not too far from me, And I know there's 3 or 4 people out here know I'd give you the shirt off my back. But boy, we giving some people that we don't even met yet the shirt off our back. And some of the challenges that are going to come with this process, I appreciate your candidness, and it helps me out with the decision. But I'm going to wait for the debate. And I know you do the best you can with what you got. And I know the trouble you had finding the people that own the place to begin with. And the people that got most affected were the ones that lived here with their kids. It's still suffering today. So when you're up here, you can let a lot of stuff bother you by the heart, and just through the chair. There's nobody here tonight with a cell phone around this table. The first time I've ever served in 9 years, every city councillor here tonight and a mayor haven't got a phone. So nobody can get to them. The decisions you hear today are going to be the best decisions that we made in this chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Councillor Cardinal.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to presenter, I just wanted to ask how much do we charge per month in taxes as a municipality?
To Chair, to Councillor Cardinal, I believe the properties is annual. We charge them, and for these properties is about like $600-700 per year.
Per year, okay.
That includes the provincial taxes and other.
And I just wanted to, I know that the funds from the Red Cross, as well as the provincial government, I guess the provincial government have been exhausted, and I just wanted to say thanks for that clarification from Paul. So thanks, and welcome aboard, Paul. So I will hold until the debate. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Boussier.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Bowman. I was just going to ask, when Councillor Stu got into some questions regarding foreclosures, that we bring our lawyer up to speak to it, because I don't think the presenters are lawyers, and I certainly know I'm not. But when Councillor Stu was asking how foreclosures work, I think it's imperative that we have the legal, I'm assuming the legal team is there to answer his question, or I don't know if that's something that we're going to debate later, but I was just more worried about maybe proper information being provided to Councillor Stu.
Yeah, we can have, I think Caitlin come up. Councillor Bussier, good point.
But I think it'd be good for her to explain how her foreclosure would work, and who's first on title, and if there's any excess funds left after municipalities paid, who gets them.
Thank you, Councillor Bussier.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Through the chair to Councillor Weigel and Councillor Bussier, we did review a number of the certificates of title for the properties that have been classified as abandoned. In that instance, what we do see largely on title is that we've got a number of registrations. And in terms of, those would include mortgages from private lenders. Those would include condominium fees, so registrations from the condominium association. There are builder's liens, so typically what will happen in the case of a foreclosure is that there is a statutory priority for who gets paid out. Based on what we're seeing on the certificate of title is that there would not be equity left for most of these banks if they were to choose to foreclose. So in terms of priority, the municipality has statutorily a super priority, so we get paid out first on foreclosure. We get paid out first on foreclosure. That is with the exception of the federal government and some other super priority liens. But in this instance, generally speaking, the municipality would be paid out first for the property taxes that are in arrears. And that would include utilities that have been put on the tax roll. Next would be the condominium fees. In this instance, what the certificate of title indicates and what we know is that there were a number of special assessments that were levied by the condominium fee to pay back the costs of doing the additional work through their builder CalMac. So what you will see is those will also be registered to title as condo fees. When you add up those special assessments in general, the combined value of that is likely to exceed or be close to what the value of the unit is. So in that particular instance, what we're not seeing, which is what you would normally see, is a lender, the private lender, the bank, step forward and make a decision to actually foreclose. It's not in their benefit here to go and pay $7,000 to go and engage in a foreclosure that is going to benefit the condominium corporation in terms of the repayment of those special assessments and the municipality in terms of our taxes. In regards to a quick claim, that's something that you usually would see between the lender and the borrower. So this situation is a little bit complicated because even if the banks are willing to sign a quick claim, a lot of those owners have already walked away and abandoned the unit. They may have declared bankruptcy, so the monies are no longer going towards the bank. So the real problem becomes if the goal of a condominium association is to ultimately take ownership, a quick claim is not going to do very much for them. They're going to need to declare, or they're going to need to go through the process of foreclosing.
Councillor Bussier, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I was just giving the floor to Councillor Stu. I do have a bunch of questions, Mayor, but I'll let Councillor Wagle start asking his now that the legal team is there, or
Sure.
Caitlin's there for his.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bussiere, and through the chair, thank you for that explanation. So with the quick claim, so it is possible for the bank and the condominium to go through a quick claim process where they didn't take over title?
Well, in the case of a typical quick claim, it would be a situation where the bank and the owner reach some form of agreement where the bank agrees to forgive the debt in exchange for taking over the property, and then the quick claim would be signed. So in this instance, you've got 3 different properties. And the goal, as I understand it, is not for the condominium corporation to give up these condo assessments, because otherwise the other owners would need to pay for them.
Right. And so, okay, so the bank and the owner come to an agreement, which I know a lot of the owners not a lot, I know a couple of the owners that have like fully abandoned. So they've just been like, we're not even in conversation anymore. So then the bank really can do whatever they want with it, right? Because the other owner has already decided, like they've given back the keys. They say, here it is. They decided not to foreclose. So now the building in itself just sits there.
That's correct, through the chair to Councillor Weigel. The building would sit there. In general, those owners, in most cases, would be dealing with a trustee, and they'd be declaring bankruptcy and going through that process, because even though they've abandoned it, the bank has chosen not to foreclose. They could instead still sue that individual for the debt repayment under that mortgage.
Okay. Let's say, okay, we're going down a bunch of hypotheticals, I guess.
Yes.
I'm just trying to understand, because I know a couple situations where like they're not paying their mortgage and the bank is not foreclosing.
That's correct.
And there's not a lawsuit. And so then the building itself just sits there empty. And so then the bank, if they could at that decision then decide to quick claim it to the condominium?
Well, unfortunately, through the chair to Councillor Weigel, in this instance, they would not be able to quick claim it, likely would not be able to quick claim it to the condominium corporation without the consent also of the owner, because the reality is that individual is still on title. So they're still the legal owner of that property until their name is removed from title.
Okay.
So in this particular instance, in order to find a solution to that problem, the condominium corporation has gone to court and sought court orders that will allow them to take possession of these units that are abandoned and rent them out. And then the court orders lay out the specific priorities of where those proceeds from the rental income go.
Right.
So that order of priority is, it says first that rental income goes towards outfitting those units to be rented. So if they need, a fridge or a stove, goes towards buying that stuff. Second, it goes towards the costs associated with the professionals that you might need to rent it out. Do you need a realtor to do that? Do you need a property manager?
Right.
Goes towards those expenses. Third, it goes towards property taxes.
Right.
Then after that, I believe it would go towards the condominium fees that are registered on title, and then it would go to the owner or anybody else who may be legally entitled to it.
Okay. The owner that's still on title.
That's correct.
And so, I guess going down this path, so they've got a court order, they can take over it, but they don't have title of it. So they don't have title of the actual, so they can't buy or sell this at this point, they can only rent it out.
That's correct.
And so if nothing else ever happens, this is just where it stays forever? Or how, they're obviously trying to acquire this, so how do they acquire it at this point from the bank?
Yes, so through the chair to Councillor Weigel, the bank doesn't own it at this point. The bank's actually behind the condo corporation. It's still the individual owner who owns it.
Right.
But they've walked away, so that's absolutely why it's complicated. You're correct that it just sits in limbo until, in theory, all of the special assessments and everything on title are paid off. And I'm not, it's difficult to say what would happen in each individual instance because we don't know what arrangements those individual owners have made.
Mm-hmm.
And so as part of this, as I understand it, the condominium corporation's plan is ultimately to foreclose on that based on the special assessments and go through that process because nobody else is doing it.
Okay. And as a condo corporation, they can cause a forced foreclosure with outstanding payments, right?
They can. The same way that we would do a tax sale, the condominium corporation can force the foreclosure because of those unpaid special assessments.
And if they do a forced foreclosure, is the bank then accountable to pay those taxes?
No, the condominium corporation is, because the condominium corporation is then the owner of the property. In order to foreclose, everything is removed from title. So anything that has priority over that individual or entity that's foreclosing, it has to be paid out. So the property would, in a normal foreclosure with a bank, it would be put up for sale. And if there was enough equity, the bank would have it sold. And then the funds would go to pay out the municipality's taxes, would go to pay out the condominium corporation's fees, and then anything else left over would go to the bank.
And if there was nothing left over after the city or the condominium?
The bank loses out, which is what will happen in this case. The bank.
And so then who owns the condo at that point?
The condominium corporation.
And so that would be what it seems is if they do a forced, and so then the relief really becomes to the fact that if they do a forced foreclosure, then they foreclose, but then they've got to pay this back assessment, which is really, that's where the extra assessment then goes on to the current owners of the rest of the condo association, and then therefore that's why they have to pay the extra fees. Coming full circle.
Yes, so because if they choose to take possession of them rather than sell them to a third party, they have to pay out any registrations that are in priority to their own. In that instance, that's the municipality's property taxes. I suppose the struggle in this instance is that we don't know whether or not, they could continue to rent them out for a while and pay off the taxes and then foreclose. We don't have a lot of information about where the rental income for those units would go. So it becomes challenging then to assess whether this is a request, cancellation of these taxes would be equitable given the entirety of the situation.
But if there was a forced foreclosure, then they would be on the hook. If there's a forced foreclosure, everything got dealt out to wherever the money landed, they would now then, on the hook is a very slang term, they would be responsible for then paying the taxes therefore.
That's correct. They would have to, the condominium corporation would have to determine a way to pay the taxes at the time of the foreclosure.
So, okay. Perfect. So I'm just going to sum this up so I understand it. So right now, there is a bunch of condos that are designated abandoned.
Correct.
The bank is no longer willing to foreclose on them because they would lose an astonishing amount of money on them.
That's our understanding. It may also be that they're worried about future condo assessments and don't want to take on that risk as the owner.
Okay. They don't look to or appear to be doing anything about it.
Correct.
From there, if nothing happens, the bank would either have to decide to at one point sue the owner to be able to move forward, or the place just sits abandoned or rented out as the condo corporation sits right now, and nothing really moves at that point. So that's option one. The option two is a forced foreclosure, and therefore paying out wherever it's at, whether they get relief or not, but paying out to where it's at, then they own that and have to deal with it. Basically, everything else is on them after that, including their legal, all of the lawsuits, all of the liens, all of that still lies with those properties and on the condo corporation.
Yes, I think so. I think I followed.
Okay. I think I understand it. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and to Cavan. So if I understand correctly, 101 properties at the present time are still in the owner's names?
To Councillor Stroud, that's correct.
So wouldn't the city be going to the owners for those taxes outstanding?
We will be following the MGA 411 and we will be doing the foreclosure. Basically, it's not foreclosure, ours is the public sales. And we will do 21 properties in 2023 and we will be doing 27 properties in 2024.
The normal process that we followed previously through the MGA.
Through Chair to Council, sir, that's correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Boussier?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through the chair to Caitlin. Caitlin, the court order that was sent to council, I'm assuming there's an agreement in place between Hanging Stone and between CalMac and Hanging Stone. Is that correct?
Yes, that's my understanding, and that's what the court order suggests. There's sorry.
Oh, go ahead. No.
So through the chair to Councillor Boussier, there's a additional financing. We don't know the details or the terms surrounding that, but it appears that it's likely that would be recouped either through special assessments or potentially through the funds that would be derived from renting out these units.
Okay, have we requested that contract or that agreement from the corporation?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, not to my knowledge yet at this point. When it comes to determining whether or not it's equitable to cancel these property taxes, I'm not sure that we felt it was appropriate to delve into some of those private arrangements. At the end of the day, we've ultimately left it to the condo corporation to determine how it chooses to, structure its affairs.
Okay, and then just for clarification, when you were talking to Councillor Wago regarding the corporation going to court, the corporation would go to court to sell the units and not take ownership, correct? Because if you take ownership as a corporation, you're going to assume the debts that are on title, are you not?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, during the foreclosure process, you can also elect to take over the unit. So that might be something that the condominium corporation is choosing to do. It would depend on, again, what the equity is in the unit, what the debt is that's owed, and you would, in that instance, then be responsible for paying out what's in priority to your own registration. So in this case, the municipality's taxes.
And there's the other debts on there too. With
through the chair to Councillor Boussier,
corporation or I guess CalMac, one or the other.
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, we haven't seen the CalMac loan registered on title as a mortgage. So again, it's not publicly available information.
Okay, I'll wait for one of the presenters to present and I'll ask him the question. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. This question actually might be for one of the delegates, but I just want to paint a picture, I guess. Obviously, we're looking at forgiving taxes. That's their number one goal. If we forgive the taxes, is it the condo's plan to foreclose? And my assumption is that is their plan to foreclose on all 100 and some odd properties. And I'm assuming that the monies that are owed are just gone and you take possession and ownership, and now you instantly have roughly $11 or $12 million worth of properties in your possession that you have no debt on. Is that correct? I don't know.
That might be a
Like,
question for
what
the
happens to the mortgage?
delegates that are
Where's the
coming.
mortgage go?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, that's correct. When you foreclose, everything falls off title.
So you have $12 million in assets, correct?
It would depend on the number of units and the value, but
103 times
based on the,
110 to 120 or 130 is about $12 million.
yes. So through the chair to Councillor Ball, without having, I want to say we haven't analyzed every single title, but I think that would probably be a better question for the delegate, but yes.
So the roadmap to get there is to forgive the 300,000.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball.
Makes sense. Okay, that's fair.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation and all the information. I just have a few questions or comments. One is that there are 9 owners that have been paying or that have paid up.
To Chair to Councillor Banjoko, yes, 9 property owners has been paying their property taxes.
Okay. And we also received some letters from some of these owners, and they are not in support of forgiveness.
To Chair to Councillor Banjoko, my apologies. You know that there are 214 units.
Yes.
And the question to tax forgiveness was for about 103 of the units. So 9 of those property owners are paying their taxes. However, there is another like 100, there's about 100 other units, 100 units that the owners are already living there. They are paying their taxes, and they have been engaged in the paying the special assessments, and they are the owners that they are sending you the letters. So it's not those 9 owners,
It's
just
not,
to clarify. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I thought as much that we have about 50% compliant or 50% going by the plan that is already been the option that you gave, one way or the other. About 50% are for that, and the other 50% we can't find, sort of. And then, therefore, the condo corporation is interested or would be interested in taking those over. So my other question is, those units that are quote and unquote abandoned, are they currently being rented out? If they are being rented out, are the condo fees being paid? Because all I'm hearing is the tax is about $700 per unit. Is that correct for a year, for an annual tax?
To Chair to Councillor Banjoko, that's in average, that's correct for the property taxes. I can't say if they are, I requested the financials. I haven't seen financials for corporation. I don't know if they are paying or not.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Because, okay. So I guess we still have delegates who would speak on this matter so that to make some things more clear. I know it's a very emotional thing. I still remember the lady that I'm looking at, I'm scared of when she will talk tonight. When you see mothers, single mothers almost losing where they sleep, that's going to touch our hearts. But it's good for us to have all the facts. And we also need to be wary of setting a precedence. So let's, I'll reserve other questions for later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. So I guess just first and foremost, I think my heart, like everybody's heart, goes out to anybody who's, in a situation like this. However, having said that, and this may not be a fair question, but I'm going to ask it anyways, because listening to all the discussion, something in my head keeps rattling around. So if we were to entertain this, we have many other condo corporations in Fort McMurray, some of which I'm assuming are having some financial challenges and difficulties as well. What's to prevent all of them from coming to council? Like, if we entertain this in one, are we now entertaining with, I know a number of corporations who were hit dreadfully hard by the insurance because they can't get insurance, and those costs are passed on to owners, and special assessments where costs are passed on to owners. Is this not, I think my colleague, Mr. McGrath, talked about this being a spider's web. does this just open up a whole bigger picture where there's a hope that the municipality can come and rescue many of these corporations that are financially in difficulty? Is that is that too broad a question?
Councillor Grandison, I'd like to take that question rather than asking staff to speculate on what the possible implications may be. And it's difficult to say, of course. I think you made a very salient point that there are others and other condo associations, other property owners that have suffered through a number of events in the community that might be interested in this. So I think if council was to consider this tax forgiveness, it does send a signal, and we can't presuppose how that signal will be read in the community, but I would expect that you would have others that would be very interested in that signal.
Yeah, so essentially, thank you, Theo. That's my fear, is that this spider web becomes massive. And like I said, I personally am a realtor. I know of other condo corporations that are equally struggling and challenged. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, through the chair. I don't know much, but I know that there's only one line matters on the financial sheet, and that's down on the bottom on the right-hand side. And I know there's a guy in this council chamber this evening that knows it quite well. And if we were hooked by our hearts and not knowing a thing about this whole debacle, and sir, I wouldn't want to mess around with you. And you live in Hangingstone, where I was a teenager, and not to slight anybody in Avocet, but one of the biggest problems in life is when you lose trust. My question is exactly what was just found out here this evening. We'll cut a check because we're the good guys. That's who we become. We become a financial institution in the community. People at the table at the time of the rebuild, there's one guy here today. There was a good offering. We could have fixed everything here in Fort McMurray in a stroke. Could have bought Hillview Terrace downtown on back of us. Could have built a couple of sky rises. We would have been done in business. But we were meddling and stuff. And now here we are today. If we cut the board a check, it's not going to help Shelley out. It's not going to help a lady that spent 27 years educating her kids as a second language. And nice to see you, man. You look a little different. God bless you all, because tonight I'm going to make a decision, not on my heart. Well, I think what we're missing, the question is, Mr. Mayor, we can cut a check tonight, but it doesn't do our residents any good at all. The guy
Councillor McGrath, do you want to?
Because my question is,
Thanks.
we say yes to this tonight. The check is made out to the corp, right? Right? Am I going so far so good?
To the chair, to Councillor McGrath, it will not go to the corp. It will be the current owners that they're going to get the bill.
So we forgive them. We no check. Next week they get the condos. Adios. That's what we're liable to. And you know, this is not about helping people. I guess my question is, why don't we just put the elephant in the room and not waste staff's time? Because there's a guy here tonight, I wouldn't believe him. I wouldn't believe him if he told me the lights were on, because I've been there. And unfortunately, nobody else was. So I guess I'll ask for a legal opinion through the chair. Would it be proper for me to vote on this, knowing how I feel about the future presentation, not about the residents?
So through the chair to Councillor McGrath, I don't have any information about your.
One of the presenters is going to present tonight. I wouldn't believe him if he told me the lights were on. We're scoring once. So I guess my question is, I don't want to sour this council, and I'm being honest, as I always have. We were told one thing by this person, and it never happened. And our community lost because of it. And how they got the gall to show up again this evening is beyond me. But at the end of the day, there's a personal agenda here that I know for, and I feel that, Chief, I feel I should remove myself after the vote, before the vote. Because I'm kind of not in a conflict financially, but I just know that not everything said here this evening is the truth.
So through the chair to Councillor McGrath, perhaps it's appropriate to take a recess and you can review the code of conduct.
Sure.
And then you can turn your mind to whether or not you feel that it meets your particular situation meets the
Okay, so what we'll
criteria.
do now is we'll take a 10-minute recess and we'll determine that, and then we'll come back. When we come back, we'll go on to delegates.
I appreciate that, Mayor Bowman, because I don't have much, but I got 3 kids and a bride, and I don't want to get myself in trouble.
So everyone will take a 10-minute recess, and we'll be back at 8:20. Can I get everyone to take their seats? We can resume the meeting, please. Councilor McGrath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate the legal opinion. I don't have a pecuniary interest, so we'll proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Lori, Kevin, and Caitlin. We'll move on to our delegates. Thank you. I'd first like to invite Christopher DeProse. Christopher, to remind you, have 5 minutes to speak, and just remain seated for any questions from council after you speak, please.
May I ask for 6 minutes, please? I worked over this, and I can, without rushing, I can do it in 6 minutes, just under 6 minutes.
Okay, if there's no objections from council, I think 6 minutes is fine, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and councillors. Good evening, Mayor and councillors. How's this? Have any of you lost everything and anything through certain people not doing their jobs as putting out a fire and not being prepared for a flood? This nightmare for my wife and me started at the end of April and the beginning of May 2016. It started because the Premier, the Mayor and Fire Chief decided not to put out the fire. I am under the impression that the three of them decided the fire was not a threat. Question: had the Premier just cut the fighting budget for the year, firefighting budget for the year? Fairness: you are asking a section of your population to pay for something you are responsible for. If not paid, will affect you greatly. I was a chef for 50 years. Back then, hotels, restaurants did not have benefit and retirement packages and did not pay $60 an hour like the plants. Line cooks were earning $20 an hour. My wife started when she was 10 years old as a tutor. She walked a little girl home from school. She babysat very often. She worked at a bookstore. In the theology department, she earned a BA, MA, and a diploma. She tutored for free. She taught in the US and Canada and had to wait until she was 71 to collect retirement benefits. Losing our house and all our contents was devastating. My medical situation, having to go back and forth to Edmonton, the flood, COVID evacuation, moving twice, was too much. We are both retired senior citizens, live on our government pensions and savings, and looks like you, the municipal council, will help me spend it. We have not taken vacation since before the fire, unless you call the evacuation a vacation. We don't smoke or drink. We have just paid out of our savings $35,000 for a special assessment for a loan to finish the rebuild. And now in your wisdom, you would like Teresa and me to pay somebody else's bill, the victim's pay. If you think that this is a good solution, may I suggest you pay the bill? Yes, my understanding is that you, rmwb, can have a fire sale and get your money back. I am not sure what this statement would be telling the rest of the people of Fort McMurray. Whereas I cannot sell my unit because it has a lien on it. If my recollection is right, after the fire and floods, the municipal council has changed quite a bit. Now we have another municipal council not prepared to do their jobs. I would like to ask what...
You can't say that. That's a point of order.
What point of order?
Point of order, you're saying the municipal council are not doing their jobs.
Can I finish this and then you ask me a question?
I've called a point of order.
Oh, okay.
I just don't think it's fair for you to
I don't have the
councillors doing their
manual
jobs.
here to tell me what a point of order means.
Okay, no problem.
So, Mr. DePruz, so as Councilor McGrath mentioned, you brought up that we're not doing our jobs. So that's something that we are doing our jobs.
Okay, you're doing your jobs. I retract the statement.
Thank you.
Are you okay with that, Councillor McGrath? You seem really hostile today.
If you could finish your statement there, sir.
Oh, there we go. Our only hope for recovery, as my home is unsellable, is to have the condo foreclose on the property. This puts the tax bill of others on us. We cannot afford any more. We have no power to prevent more hardship. And my understanding is you are willing, as you want your pound of flesh from us as victims. I ask that you see your heart and help citizens like us who call Fort McMurray home. If not, you are punishing us for returning, and those that left have no consequences. Councillor. It's people like me that you're affecting, not the money the condo is going to get from selling all the units. It's people like two 70-year-olds that this special assessment will affect. And I'm here. I'm not 500 miles away. My wife is here. We have been here for 20, 30 years.
Okay, sir, you're past your 6 minutes. Does any councillor have any questions?
Yep.
Councillor McGrath?
Through the chair, and all due respect, I've seen you around town for my last 40, volunteering and doing stuff. I'm not hostile. I guess my question to you as a condo owner up in Amazon, has the board of directors, has that changed?
Oh, I think there's only maybe one or two of the board members from the original board that were there for the fire.
So, through the chair, the board that was in place that decided they could manage the project better than their award, are any of them still around today?
Actually, there is. I think there's 4 or 5.
Because I guess through the chair, I think the board needs somebody like yourself that, like the rest of us that came to McMurray with nothing. We built something. And we shouldn't have somebody take it away from us. So my question is, when this is all said and done, and I understand your plight better than most because I watched a lot of it firsthand, and then part of it to try to rebuild it. So I guess my question is, after the process this evening, I'd offer you to say that I think a local condo board like yourself that understands, that lives there and understands the ins and outs, have a connection to the community, probably not charging you every time you go to a meeting. I think then you're going to have some luck, because I don't think this is not just right now. What's in front of us tonight is the tax thing. Legally, there's only one right thing to do. Morally, there's probably many things we can do. But our community and every person that's in a condo, whether it's Morgan Heights, whether it's Cartier Park, are facing the same thing. They're on the bubble. And if you believe, sir, at one point your uplift was about $800 for your improvements, but it was the work of planning and development. A lot of councillors, I think there was 3 of us that worked day and night on it. we're able to get some kind of retracts from the government to get it down to what I think is about $4.90 today, $4.80. So that's work. So I'd offer you this. I'm not hostile. I just can't believe that we're down this road again. And we got the same people pulling at the same pulleys, and there's only a few of us can see it. Because you got to start something to know how it's going to finish. And what's in between, there's not enough time in this council chamber. But I'll tell you what, I know you and your wife have been around the community and many times volunteered. I know you're from here. So it's not about me being hostile. It's about me thinking about the other 7,600 people that are about to face the same thing. This community is broken, and we're trying to here to fix it. It's not going to happen overnight. And it won't happen as long as we keep on flying the people back in and out as temporary members of anything. Not just any kind. We need some continuity in our plight. And it starts right here with us. So I appreciate what you've done in the community. And my only hope, sir, is that the monkey in the woodpile, it all gets caught up someday. And I think it will. We've got to believe in the Creator up above. To see what residents went through in this community in the last 5 years is still standing. There's nobody more resilient. And that's not just a tagline. We lived it. We're still living it. So just know that I appreciate what you've done. And my advice to you is take some of that energy and funnel it into being a board member. And then you'll see and understand who's going to gain at the end.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair to the presenter. Thanks for the presentation, sir. Just curious if the board has, or any of the board members or a lawyer, explained to you the advantages or the benefits of the taxes being forgiven or waived, or what's your understanding if these taxes are waived or forgiven? How is it a benefit to the 100 sole owners that have stuck through this?
Councillor, my understanding if the taxes are not forgiven, I will be given another special assessment. And the amount I'm given will be divided out about the number of people that can pay it. And again, my understanding is not everybody that you think can pay will pay. So then you get into the X factor, which means we're short the money, so who's going to pay? The few that paid will be charged again to give City Council the back taxes.
Is it your through the chair, is it your understanding, sir, that if it's one time forgiven, that you guys will be off the hook for any future assessments or cash calls?
This nightmare doesn't end tonight, if forgiven. We have a court case coming up from Viceroy. And the scenarios in that are really interesting. Scenario one, we lose. Then nothing matters. The house is gone. I'll be coming to you councillors and seeing if you'll make a deal with a company here so I can get a tent and camping equipment, and I'll come and camp on your front lawn and you can give me breakfast and coffee. The next scenario, we win. But they go bankrupt. That scenario, I have no idea. And they've already gone bankrupt once. So, and we know court cases can drag on for eons. So no, this nightmare is not going away.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilor Bussier. Councilor Dogar?
Sir, thank you very much. Through the chair, Mr. Presenter, maybe I'm forgetting I respect you as a resident. It is you who has brought me here. A resident's brought me here. And you are the senior citizen. You are very valuable to me. I'm sorry for your losses. Surely, I, as a council member, try to give a good, to compensate you as far as possible. In the same way, Honorable Mr. Mayor, I request we should ensure that any resident speaks for 5 minutes. He should speak without any interference. They have certain things in their head. They are worried, grievances. We must bear it. Why not? We are here to absorb their feelings. So I would request you to please ensure it in future. Whenever 5 minutes are given, they should be given uninterrupted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Are there any other questions from council? Councilor Bussier, your light's still on. Do you have another question? No.
No, sorry, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you, Christopher.
May I
Appreciate
just
Yes,
add?
of course.
A lot of the questions you've been asking your advisors, I wish you'd ask us.
Yes, that's
Ask our side of the story.
Yeah, and that's what we're doing tonight with the
But
delegates.
I apologize. But I've only answered 2 or 3 questions. And you pounded your lawyers and you pounded your advisors. Even though this is not the last scenario, for my wife and I, this is frightening. So thank you very much, y'all.
We have one more question if you want to hold on there.
Oh.
Councilor Weigel?
Oh,
You've
Thank you,
been
Mr.
citing
Mayor.
your question.
Councillor Weigel, yes.
Thank you. I actually just want to ask, what question are you hoping that we ask you? Because I'm willing to take any information you're willing to give me.
I'm sorry. My left brain cell doesn't work well with my right brain cell, so I don't think quick enough. There's a whole bunch, but I apologize, I can't think of them.
Okay.
Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I don't really have a question. And I just want to say that I hear you and I know we hear you. And I don't want to face this kind of challenge when I'm 70. And I hope that we are able to find some help or you're able to find some help. And certainly this is touching our hearts. It's just that there are some other questions, information that we need, and we also need to think about all the residents in this city who are struggling. And so it's not like we don't know that this is tough, and especially for a senior. So we hear you, and I just want to appreciate your coming forward and your being patient to wait to talk about this. I know it's been difficult for you because you've been trying to talk, but you waited to give your speech. So thank you, and we hear you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you.
And before you go, sir, is there anything else you can think of you want to add? Anything at all?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, and also Councilor Cardinal is waving. He has a question as well.
Good day, Chris. Thank you for your presentation. You said to ask questions. I just wanted to ask the question. If we were not to help with the tax relief, what else is there that we would be able to help with?
At this point, there's nothing I can think of. At this point, there's nothing I can think of. I'm trying to get you to all think to get around the Pandora's box. I think we are in a separate situation. I don't know if you can do legislation that will point just to us. And I know if you help us out, that a lot of people are going to come after you. And how you handle that, I have no idea.
Well, we're able to handle ourselves quite well. Is your wife named Meg?
No, it's Therese.
Oh, Therese. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Chris. That's all the question I had.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thanks.
We're going to our next delegate will be via Teams, Paul Pomeroy. I'll be joining us via Teams. And again, Paul, just a reminder, you have 5 minutes, and just hold on the line for any questions after, please.
Hello, this is Paul Parmelo. I'm 103 Acacia Drive. And it's been unreal. Like we're still owing monies. We're still owing what do we call those?
Special assessments.
We're still owing special assessments. We made a loan from the bank. We can't take anymore. Like we'll probably end up going bankrupt if there's any more special assessments. It is not easy to live with a property that has liens on it. You can't sell it because they have liens on it. You're stuck with it. And just about every morning you wake up and you still have this nightmare on your shoulders. So if, I don't know how this can be done, but if the taxes were somehow left off our shoulders, I don't know how that can be done, but the owners that are still there, the 101 owners that are still there, have paid their taxes to date, have paid the utilities to date. Somehow, we've got to be left out of this problem of owners that quit living at their houses, went bankrupt, went into special what?
Foreclosure or walked away?
No, so they walked away, left their keys at the bank or whatever it is. And the banks that did not pay utilities, did not pay. Like we have condominiums that went bad because nobody was checking them out because we didn't own them as condominium corporation. We didn't own them, and they flooded or they went cold during the winter. Now we have to fix that up. That money is coming from us to fix these condominiums that were abandoned. How long will this continue? Well, not too long for me because I don't have much money anymore. I'm going into my RSPs, I'm going into my savings, and there's no savings right now because of inflation. There's no savings. So I'm going into RSPs to pay all these special assessments. So we will not be able to continue, and you will be getting one more condominium abandoned because we won't be able to make the payments anymore. And you'll end up probably with 214 abandoned condominiums that you will get nothing for you won't be getting any money for them. They won't be worth much. You heard that from your lawyer tonight. You'll be getting in the red. So I don't know what the solution is, but don't put it on the shoulders of the owners that are still paying all their taxes, paying all their utilities. Leave it off our shoulders. And that's pretty well it.
Thank you, Paul. Any questions from council? Councilor McGrath?
Thank you, through the chair. Mr. Pamelo, before tonight, when was your last board meeting?
We do it once a month.
When was the last one?
It was a Thursday.
Thursday when?
Thursday.
Two weeks ago? Anybody got anybody?
Yes.
Through the chair, is there a copy of your minutes? I guess through the chair, Mr. Permelo.
Yes.
What you described this evening. I want to come back to the tax arrears. The tax arrears are with the tax arrears are with the condo corp. Is that correct?
Tax arrears are with the individual
owners.
Houses.
All 103 of them.
112, I believe.
But
101.
But the communion of the people that are not paying taxes will be brought over to the condo corp to distribute, I guess, as if we don't forgive them. So my question is, all these issues today seem to me at a board level before it comes to council. Have you decided, like, you know, and I know you put a lot of work into your trip plans, raising your family. Is there any thought of local ownership? Have you talked to, I guess at a board level, have you talked to some other, I guess, way of bringing that property back online like yourself? Have you applied to be a board member?
I am a board member.
You are a board member. So where's your chair? Who's the chair of your board nowadays?
Robert Tupper.
Robert Tupper. And he live in Fort McMurray? Is he here tonight?
Yes.
Because I think what I hear, like,
yes, he does.
What I hear, it's a complete tax issue that's not going to go away. But I think the bigger building block is how you go forward. You get you through the next four issues. They're going to cost about 20-25 million, maybe, if it goes upside down. And I guess through the chair, I guess it's like any other property that we have that's foreclosed in Fort McMurray. It's looks ugly. It is ugly, and it's something else we lost. So I guess the question to you was, what do we do with an empty ARC or Northwood property of yesterday, of the rebuild? I'm not sure. But I know $300,000 this evening is not going to fix our problems. It's just going to open up the door to a lot more. And you can shake your head, and a lot of people can shake their head, but at the end of the day, no sense spending good money after bad. And I guess my question is, to the board chair, when you get elected, you can call a point of order. My question is, who, at the end of the day, is mostly affected by this? The residents, right? That live there?
Yes, the 101 residents that live there.
So we got 101 that live up there right now. And you say the bank had places that didn't, and the water lines busted and stuff. I'm just trying to get a fraction of the 101 that lived there. I see 5 here, the council chambers, and a few on the phone. But I don't see anybody from the bank here protesting what we're trying to do. So,
The
again,
banks are totally out of it.
well, they're washing their hands,
Banks
eh?
are not. Yeah.
Okay, well, if there's anything else we
They're
can do.
not paid. They didn't pay. Banks didn't pay taxes. Banks didn't pay condo fees. Banks didn't pay the utilities. They didn't pay anything. That's why we ended up with damaged condominiums.
But I know the residents of Fort McMurray never turned their back on the people of Abbotsford. I know that. I was here and approved some of the motions. So here we are as a continuing assistance. We're getting away from a reason to be. But anyways, I appreciate your plight, sir. I appreciate the answer. And I think the most interesting are yet to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. And I don't see any other questions from council, so thank you very much for your presentation, Paul. Now, Matthew Harker is also joining us via Teams. And just a reminder, Matthew, you have 5 minutes to present, and then just remain online for any questions of council. Thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll start with an introduction. I'm on the board as well. I am currently serving as the secretary of the board of directors. And so I'll also be able to answer any questions you have in dealing with the board. I've been on the board for 4.5 years. So almost 6.5 years ago is when the fire happened. And I actually was court appointed to the board. So there's a long history of legal issues that we've had. And that was how I first got involved with being on the board. So Councillor McGrath, you had talked a little bit about personal stories, and I'll just share a little bit about my experience that I had. When I graduated from school in 2003, my wife and I came up to Fort McMurray. And sorry if I get a little emotional, but we were starting our lives out here. And I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person tonight, but I got called out of town for work. But we bought our first home, 110 Almond Crescent. And that's where we started our family. I started my career. In fact, my daughter was born in the front entryway of our townhome there. And I know we're just up the hill from the hospital, but my daughter wasn't willing to wait. But it's experiences like that that turn a house into a home. And we raised our kids in Absent. We know our neighbors. We watched their kids. They watched our kids. Absent is a great neighborhood. I love it. And, and fast forward through some time, and I was working at CNRL when we heard about the evacuation order. And I think I wasn't alone in underestimating the danger that we were all in. And I'll save you the details of the flight to safety, because I'm sure we all have our own experiences. And it was heartbreaking to find out that our home, where we raised our children, is no more, and it's gone. And then 6.5 years till now. There's so much we could talk about. I have just a few minutes left, so I won't get into all the details. You can ask me any question you want about, at least for the last 4.5 years that I've been on the board and what we've done. But what I'd like to point out is that taxes are based on being fair and equitable. And I really don't see what's fair and equitable about those remaining owners, those that are still here paying the taxes for their neighbor. I love my neighbors. Councillor McGrath talked about sharing, giving the shirt off his back, and we've done that. We've carried each other on our shoulders. And that's what being a community is about. But there's nothing fair and equitable about what's happening. There's nothing fair and equitable about this whole situation. but it's where we are. It's what we have to deal with. There was a statement that we're gonna, as a condo association, get $11 million worth of assets and they'll be free and clear. Well, that's not really true because we still owe a debt, a $28 million debt to our current contractor. That doesn't go away. That doesn't get wiped out. If you do the math, you'll realize that if half of the people who are paying that debt pay half of that, the other half does not equate to $11 million. Doesn't come close. We're underwater. So taking these homes on is the only way we can look at keeping the remaining owners afloat from having to declare bankruptcy. And it's renting out those homes. It's generating revenue. It's paying down the debts that we have. These homes will pay taxes. As we have renters in them, they will pay taxes. They are paying off their debt to our contractor. These homes are homes to people in Fort McMurray. And that's why we've gone to court and we've asked for the ability to rent out these homes, even though they currently are not in our name as the condo association, but they will be. The plan is to foreclose on these homes so that we can own them.
I just have to stop you there, Matthew. You're expending your time, but thank you. Do we have any questions from council? Councilor McGrath?
Thanks a lot, Matt. I know where your house was because myself and the flights and the rest of the guys from Sync Crew, we just spend our days off there playing a bit of poker. My question to you is there something outside of the tax relief that you feel that City Council can expedite? I guess, is there something we could do within our parameters of being municipal councillors to the other two levels of government that have been absent in the whole thing?
That is an excellent question. Questions that we've actually asked our lawyers as well. The lawyers that we've hired to work for the board. And unfortunately, we haven't got any ideas, at least none that I'm aware of how we can pressure the other levels of government, such as the provincial and federal levels. We've sent letters, we've sent requests. We're actually currently looking at some GST forgiveness based on the price of the home. So there is a little bit of help that's on the way there, but we're still waiting to hear what their judgment on that is.
Thank you. And on that note that you're on the board, when we left Saskatchewan, I think it was Christmas Eve on 16, without our MP, we were able to get you a gypsum tariff rebate. Did that ever get back to the board?
I wasn't on the board when that happened, so I'm unaware of if I haven't heard of it in the last 4.5 years. No.
Okay, thank you. And I certainly understand your plight there, sir, and heart goes out to your family. And I think that at some point we'll put this whole fire thing, hopefully someday, and look to better days. But this is just some of the follies that's left over. Thank you.
Thank you,
I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath, and thank you, Matthew, for your presentation. Sorry, Councilor Ball? No. Sorry. So thank you, Matthew, for presentation. Moving on, delegates, we have we have Ian Snook joining us tonight.
Okay, I know we've been here a long time. I'm going to try and break it down answer a few of the questions that have been asked throughout the night as quickly as I can. I don't want to waste anyone's time. Basically, we have a pile of units that were given, we've only in the past year or so, we've been allowed to rent out on behalf of the banks. With that money, we're able to get ourselves paying off our interest towards CalMac, which is like 8.3%. Basically, Matt's right, we owe them about 28 million. I think it's $26 million actually, but regardless, we're trying to pay that down. With what we were doing up to that point in time, we weren't allowed to rent the units. So we were still paying the taxes, not the taxes, the heat and the utilities on the buildings. However, I don't think that to solve the problem, to just say, to not come up with a solution, I don't think is really equitable, especially on the end of the condo board. What I propose is that we look at when the houses were occupied and start the taxes from that date moving forward. So when those houses were rented, I rented 27 of them for the condo board. I own 5 units myself. We requested like the garbage bins, recycling bins. If we could backdate it to that point in time and move the property taxes forward from that date, that would be more pragmatic, I think. And also we wouldn't be paying when we weren't able to use the homes. It seems kind of like a waste of money from both ends, and at least it's somewhere in the midpoint where we could all kind of benefit and move forward from that point on. But before that, the costs were being split between all of the condo owners. At that time, it was only 84 people had come back. So, you know, before we got back, quick part of my story, I was on the condo board for the last 16 years. I took a 2-year break because when I became widowed. So between 2015 and 2017, I was off the board, which is when kind of everything happened. So when I came back in, it was kind of a mess. But we've been working toward getting a solution. And now that we're making money on all the rents, we've been able to finally pay our insurance on time every month, pay our interest rates every month. And it looks like we're moving in a positive direction. It might be at a glacial pace, but at least we're moving forward. So I don't know how everybody else feels about it, but I mean, I don't think that it's really, we're not coming back begging for tax relief over and over again. I think that it's kind of just the starting point is where I would like to look at as a problem-solving part of the issue. So I don't know if anybody has any questions.
Yeah, Councilor McGrath?
Thank you, through the chair. Like I say, I'm certainly not going to mess around with you.
I just look big.
I'll have to get the mayor after you. Chop, chop. So you've been on the board, so you certainly know the trials and tribulations. Has there any, I guess to you that's a seasoned member, first of all, I'm sorry to hear you lost your partner. Because life sure goes to shit sometimes, eh? So you're saddled with this, but you're able to serve the other members. So my question is, the units that you have and you're renting, God bless you because you can rent them out. I don't know how you're doing it, but everybody here is at 50%. Everybody around this table, we're the same way. We're 50%.
Actually, thanks to planning and development, I got my permit to build another house in Abisan right now. So
yeah, so they do good work too.
Pretty good group of people.
My question is, if you don't get the relief, because now you're on the board, obviously. Mm-hmm. Okay? I know that city administration and the councillors did do what you said. You know, we forgave the taxes, and I thought I had to go back and look through the motions, but I'm sure that part of that was to be no taxes paid until you're moved in.
Yes.
And I like, we had a lot going on, eh? We had a lot going on. We had people talking about raises, they never got it. We did all kinds of stuff. At the end of the day, we were on the ground. There seemed to be, to the chair, there seemed to be a misconception that this guy's going to make a chunk of money, but I can manage the job myself. So we're going to put everything on park. That's a whole different gamut. That's just personal interests getting in people's ways.
Yeah.
My question is, if we were to do this today, well, we'd have, I know for sure, I lived on the side of a lady. She looks after 5 more condo buildings. And they're taking on water. But they're at about $1,000 a month condo fees before the lady pays her mortgage, before they pay their bills. Buddy, there's more hurt in this community today. This is just a little snapshot of it. But we, as 11 elected officials, we get dumped on, as you see. But I know that if you've been around, you see the work that we did do. My question is, if we don't do this tonight, what do you do tomorrow morning? What looks different in Hillview Terrace tomorrow morning?
If it isn't done today, then likely what will happen, we'll just assess the owners that are living there. So now we've got about
You're an
100.
owner.
I'm an owner, so I'd have to pay like, 5 times as much as everybody else.
Exactly.
But regardless, it would be divided amongst the owners, because the rent that we're getting right now, we're using toward paying, because we pay 8% interest on a $26 million loan. Matt said it's 28. I'm pretty sure it's 26. It's hard to count all the millions that we owe. But when we pay it every month out of the rent, then we're just getting above water. We have zero in our reserve fund. So basically, we'd have to go after each owner for like $3,000.
$3,000 to make up for the last 3 years.
Yeah, $3,000 per person.
So when sorry, through the chair, I'd have to go back and get bylaw, but my understanding was at this table, that there was no taxes going to be paid on the units until they were fully operational and moved in.
That's not really true, because I'm sorry.
I'm just saying from a councillor's perspective. Now, I can have a guy down there that flies in from Calgary and does his flack about, goes home again. Good for him. But I know when I sat at this table, we done these bylaws, it was the intent of council of the day that we would be paying water or lights is not us, water, utilities, until that family was back in that house. And we had some support from the Notley government at that time.
Okay.
I haven't seen the MLA since. But everybody comes back in this chamber because we are the government that's closest to the people, that affects the lives of people much more than any other level of government.
Mm-hmm.
So tomorrow morning you're going to get up. We're going to have to make a decision here tonight because we got to move our community forward. And it's going to be a good common sense, because I think there's a lot more spokes, and you're lucky. You got 5.
Well, you call that lucky.
You seem to be okay, pal. And that's because you're resilient, right? But you live here, so you understand a little bit more than somebody flying in and charging a few bucks. And that's the problem. So I know where I'm going. I got to support administration on the moral compass that I know at least another 1,000 people, because I beat the streets with these guys for 2 years. I know they're hurting the community. Some others don't. They only talk about it. So I'm going to support administration. I'm going to make that clear. But I also support that skipper over there that volunteers inside of Harvey and had for years. I'm not saying I don't care about the people. What I'm saying is this is more of an internal problem than the city's problem. And it's going to get a lot of hardships on people that I don't think can take much more. And the people that caused that, they're no less than the dirt on the floor. And I wish I could be like some people, hold her all, but that'll only blow me up. But I see today, I'm baffled that the council and administration, planning and development, are in this situation today. And I'm going to go back and when I have some time, it won't be tonight, but I know the spirit of those motions back then. And I think somebody slipped up, and not the first time, and maybe not the last. But you have people here that care. And care about you, man. You might not get what you need off me this evening, but I'll be here tomorrow morning, proud as a peacock. I put my head on the pillow. And done the right thing for our region. The people in Fort Chip, they don't have a place to live. People in Chalmers don't have a place to live. And we got guys coming in to charge you for board meetings. Unbelievable. They got you in half the mess you're in today. And I wish I didn't know or wasn't part of it. But I have no pecuniary interest, but I have one interest. That's to stand up for that little girl over there that's after educating probably 2,000 French people. And the little girl over there is after taking our board from 32 to 7,000 or 8,000 people. I get it. But I got to support administration. I got to support our community because I know people in Centennial Park are going to be asked to leave. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation. I actually had a question for the man that spoke before you, but you had board members, so I'm sure you can tackle it. I wanted to know how is this burden on the owners that are current with the taxes and with the mortgage and they're living in their homes? How is this creating an extra burden? Because I heard him say this is not equitable for those folks who are paying whatever they need to pay.
Yeah.
Could you clarify that a little bit?
I think I understand what you're asking. A lot of our condo fees are quite high as well. So they're between 600 and 800, depending on your unit factors, which comes down to the size of your unit. So like perhaps we wouldn't do a special assessment. We might just increase the condo fees to collect that money. But a lot of people are having difficult times because it's like a snowball effect. They get behind on their condo fees and then it kind of collects. Most of those units are underwater because they owe us at least $160,000 in arrears with condo fees and special assessments. So if they're valued at the neighboring condo complex across the road, the average unit is selling for $330 right now. Ours we can't sell because of the lien, but for the fact of the lien, they're valued at like 111, which is kind of bananas, being that we have, a larger unit. But people it's just unsustainable to continue on this way. So it's kind of like the straw that broke the camel's back kind of thing. I think a lot of people are just happy to be home and just trying to finally make some traction and trying to get themselves ahead. So this is kind of like another setback for them. I think I answered your question. I'm not really sure.
Okay. It's a lot of untwisting. Then thank you so much. Then the other comment or question is that I think I'm hearing your own your suggestion is a little bit different from a 100% forgiveness.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that we want to work with the municipality. I think that some people just have difficulty seeing the clarity in the situation from both perspectives. But if you look at it from my perspective, I think it's somewhat reasonable that we can't pay property tax on a property that wasn't able to be in use at the time. We couldn't get the properties released from the bank to rent, so we couldn't get any revenue. And then the houses still had to pay the heat so that they wouldn't be damaged. So once we ordered the bins, that's how I dated them, and that's how when we rent them, the day that we rent them, we order the bins to get delivered to the property. So it's a good starting point to check each property, and then we can assess how much is owed for property tax moving from that point forward. And I think that most people would not have an issue paying the taxes, seeing that the properties were in use. You can't take something that you didn't pay for. So I think that it's more reasonable to use that as a starting point.
Thank you for at least coming up with something that I also would say that that's a more reasonable thing to ask. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilor Boussier, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to Ian. Just, Ian, you guys are self-managed, are you?
We have a management company. We just switched because our other management company, they closed down, so we have another company that just stepped in.
So who's the management company?
I don't actually know. What's the name of it again? I can't remember what their actual name is, the new management guy. Oh, isn't it Calmac? Calmac is stepping in, or? Oh, we are self-managed. Sorry. We have like Charlie hired, and we have one of the board members hired, and I thought we were getting the other property manager. I'm sorry. We're still using one of the people that used to be the property manager on this, she doesn't have since RICA changed the new rules, they're not allowed to manage properties, so we have them helping us kind of with paperwork and things. So I guess we're technically self-managed.
Okay. How does the breakdown of the condo fee go? You mentioned the condo fee. Mm-hmm. So how much is put into reserve? How much is put for property management? I don't know what you guys pay a door.
Yeah.
Can you explain that since you're on the board?
0 goes towards our reserve fund. The rest goes, we have our insurance, which is, I can't remember the actual number. I thought it's I'd have to ask one of the guys. How much are we paying him? Say it one more time. $51,000 a month for insurance. Then we have to pay for the heating of the vacant units, and we have to pay for the upkeep. So we just finally got fences this year, and just a few things that the insurance fell short on. And whatever, we haven't had anything left over because we're trying to pay the CalMac loan back. So whatever else is left over goes towards that.
Okay, so you're not sure of the breakdown, how much per door is for insurance, how much is for garbage pickup?
I'd have to pull up the document to look at it, but I can certainly get it and forward it to you if you like.
Yeah, I was just hoping you have it tonight, but maybe Charles, if he's speaking, he can speak to it because he's hired by you to manage this.
That's
whole,
right.
Okay, no, I appreciate that, Ian. I'll save it for Charles.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bussier. Councilor McGrath.
Thank you, through the chair. I guess one point, we pay the lowest municipal taxes in Canada. We do, because of the all says, which brings me to the next point. Before you came for forgiveness here today, noted that the condo board has 2 assets. Has there any talk to industry to help you out with those vacant lots or the vacant condos you have to help us get more residents here?
Do you mean
Sorry, getting a twitch?
No.
Every time I see, I get a twitch. Second, I get a knot in my leg.
Do you mean in terms of getting companies to rent our units?
Well, what I'm saying is, the industry built those units, and they're a big partner. But I'm asking if they were approached to say that, hey, you know what, if you took 50 units off us, maybe we could make a go of it for the residents of McMurray. Have your board thought outside the box at all to go to an external agency?
With that particular scenario, no. We have gone to them to rent the units, but we can't really sell the units either because
I never said so. I never said so because all of this is an internal issue that's coming up in front of us over a tax issue.
Mm-hmm.
Because all this should be handled at a board level. And the only thing that should come here is these guys won't let me in my place because I built everything they needed, but they won't approve it, right? And then if you had not a fair assessment, you would go to somebody back there, and I'm sorry, man, you just started, and she would send one of her people out and say the assessment was right. So what I'm getting at is, I hope tonight we've learned enough about each other, and you've been around the longest board member and seen the front end of this and seen the back end of it. The funny thing is, there's nothing left. When I lived there, I think the 10 places went through one exterior outfit in my first 27 years here. Mm-hmm. And the one that rocked it was the fire. I don't know where the dough went, that's none of my business. We're talking about $300 and something thousand in taxes. I'm going to support administration, but I bet there's probably a guy here who could probably afford to give you a loan.
Another loan?
Oh yeah, no, an in-house loan. You'll see what I'm getting at.
Loan is like, you know what it's like? It's like trying to.
I know what it's like, sir. I have a mortgage just like you. When I walk into the Royal Bank and I say, you know, you gave me $800 for a house, and by the way, if I sell it for $500, can you give me the other $300? And that's the scenario we're all in. After 40 years of working, we can't leave. So I get that. Well, I'll move it on, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to see how much work was done before, because this place is the easiest place to come to in the region to get a dollar bill. And it's getting worse and worse every year.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Are there any other questions from council? I'm not seeing other. Thank you, Ian.
Thanks.
We next have Robert Cubbard. Remind you, Robert, that you have 5 minutes, and then just remain seated for questions, if you would, please.
Hello. Yeah, my name is Robert Tupper.
No, sorry, Robert. Sorry, Robert. We have Robert Cubbard is up right now in the council chambers.
Oh, sorry.
You have the floor, Robert.
They just unmuted me, so that confused me.
Oh, sorry. Somebody unmuted the wrong person.
Yeah.
Microphone check. The real Robert Coppard is right here. Okay. First of all, I want to thank Sandy Bowman, Mayor, and councilors for hearing us out tonight. Thank you. I'm 44 years old, never been to a meeting ever, but I have faith in this council that they'll do the right thing tonight. I'm an owner of 112 Almond Crescent. This is very difficult for me. I've lost a lot of neighbors. My wife and I met there. Or not didn't meet at the house, but like she was my girlfriend at the time. We got engaged and married there. It's our home, right? And after the fire being devastated, we've lost so many neighbors. Our streets completely changed. It's now a rental property. It's kind of like a home. We're still getting to know the neighbors, but they move, they're leaving, and a lot of people have lost a lot. It's not just $3,000 for assessment. It could be $7,200 for assessment. It's people's livelihoods. Like everyone's like at least like I had a speech, but I didn't realize this was gonna go on this long. So I like pretty well forgot everything I was gonna say, and I'm a little nervous. I've never done any kind of public speaking like this, so please forgive me. But a lot of people are one special assessment away from bankruptcy. A lot of people like my biggest regret of the fire was I was quiet. I was silent. And when I seen the notes and seen this meeting coming up, I finally like had enough courage to come up here and actually be a voice and ask council to help us. If it's a relief or if it's like some sort of plan with E instead, that's actually a pretty good plan. That's the first I've heard of it. So just anything, like it's a lot of livelihoods, like the older gentleman speaking there, and like it's so many stories, and there would be a lot more people here, but a lot of people giving up on the fight. They're just tired because we finally got our keys 2 years ago, right? It was October 1st, 2020. So that's 4.5 years just, you know, fighting. So fast forward today, I'm standing here, still fighting. So yeah, I've pretty well messed up everything in my speech, and I just like, yeah, it feels like a divorce, and I'm a child, and like you have the condo board versus CalMac, and being a resident, and I'm not a board member, I'm just an owner, but being caught in the middle. And at the end of the day, the child always pays. And that's my perfect metaphor for this. And I'm just tired of paying. So that's all I got.
Thanks, Robert. And for someone that's not comfortable speaking, you did an excellent job.
Well, thank you. Well, I seem like on social media very happy. But
we all do.
I was just like, yeah, this is my first time.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of council? I'm not seeing any there, Robert, so thank you very much.
Perfect. I'm going to run home, go to bed.
Okay. Next, we have Michael Shamoon joining us via Teams. And just a reminder, Michael, you have 5 minutes, and if you remain online for any questions, please. We have Michael Shamoon via Teams.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can, Michael. Just to remind you, you have 5 minutes to present. You just remain online for any questions. You can go ahead. We're good.
Yeah. I'm not here as a homeowner. I'm the private lender that ended up finishing this project off for the homeowners that came back. It was brought to my attention a couple hours ago that this meeting was taking place, and I decided to join it. And I mean, it's a very complex situation, and I knew that by some of the questions that you guys were asking tonight, hopefully I can help you out with it. To this day, I still have a direct communication with the board. I work directly with them on behalf of the homeowners that suffered and did come back and are still paying. It's an unfortunate situation for everybody. As counselors, you guys have great questions. I heard a couple of Stu's questions, and you know, anything in regards to the Viceroy or what the homeowners have gone through. When I decided to lend the money to the corporation to build these, it was a difficult decision on my half, and then completing it and seeing the homeowners that came back and their kids getting to play on site made it worth it for me. Now, the fight started in court for my loan to rank ahead of the banks. And we accomplished that. We accomplished the right to rent. The banks left absolutely everybody high and dry. They pulled a preservation order, meaning that they could literally sit there and not help the corporation out, not have to pay for heat, let the pipes burst, and the condo corporation would be on the hook for it. And unfortunately, what the banks didn't care about was the 100 people that did come back and try and make it their home again. Those are the ones that are going to be suffering. So I'll end it there. If you guys have any questions, I wanted to jump on and give you any clarity that you needed. Again, this will have no financial impact on me whatsoever. The first gentleman that spoke, I see him on a weekly basis. He lives in Ashgrove. Wonderful couple. He's walking around the site all the time. He would recognize me if he could see me. But yeah, I feel for these homeowners, and I don't think it's a question of, you know, if we give this tax relief, is the corporation going to benefit from there? When it comes to their finances, I know everything about it. And at the end of the day, right now, they are barely able to pay for their legal to fight Viceroy, which scares me, because if they're hit with this bill, you know, not being able to afford the lawyers to push forward on behalf of these homeowners will be detrimental. And what Viceroy did to these guys, I mean, it's unspeakable. And I think that's where some of the anger comes in from, you know, the other council members, which I don't know their names, obviously. But yeah, it was like a perfect storm. So if you guys have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer any of them.
Thank you, Michael. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you for your presentation, Michael. Moving on, next delegate, Shelley Pollen. Just a reminder, Shelley, you have 5 minutes to present if you remain seated for any questions.
My name is Shelley Pollen. I spoke at the last council meeting, but I came unprepared. I did submit my letter that I'm going to read tonight. Dear Mayor and Council, my name is Shelley Pollen, and I own 142 Almond Crescent. I was born and raised in Fort McMurray. This community has been my family's home for many years, going back 4 generations. I've been working since I was a teenager in Fort McMurray and bought my condo in 2008. I'm a single mom trying to keep my home and everything I have worked for over the years. I was the first one to receive my keys on October 1st. And it's been a struggle to even want to call it home. I've had numerous special assessments. March 2008 for $36,192. A second assessment in November of $19,537. And on May 27th, I was given another assessment in the amount of $75,912, totaling $131,641.96. We were given weeks to pay the last assessment in full or start making payments on it until I could add it to my mortgage in January of 2020, but not before paying interest payments for those 8 months, totaling $4,000 alone on top of the $562 a month. I tried getting assistance from Red Cross, but they told me they couldn't help with those payments. My condo fees went from $288 pre-fire to $862 effective December 19, 2008. They went down to $762, and they've just recently dropped to $559. I've paid my mortgage and condo fees and have never missed a payment to date, but not without struggling and dipping into money from my savings, which has been depleted. My son has now no money for university, which I'm struggling to pay my part. As a Métis woman and hardworking citizen of Fort McMurray, this is my home, and I have no plans to leave Fort McMurray. I do not want to foreclose or walk away from my property that I have invested in since 2008. An additional assessment levied against me for fees accumulated by my neighbors seems like an absurd punishment. As an owner, I am struggling with crippling debt and near financial ruin. I have paid my taxes for the last 6 years. While struggling to stay afloat. How is it fair for me to pay my former neighbors who didn't pay their property taxes? Yes, the corporation will get these properties if they get the tax forgiveness, but the $11 million that they're going to get from them, that's been brought up, we owe CalMac and the condo corporation $30 million or just under. So that's just a fraction. It's not benefiting us as owners, and I don't want to have a renter next to me. I want to have a homeowner. I want those properties to be able to sell to somebody who wants to call that a home. These renters that are there right now, they don't care. It's not their home. They're destroying our homes, some of them. And then guess what? I'm going to have to pay to get that unit fixed because of the renters that are there, because it's not their home. I heard somebody mention, Mr. McGrath said, has anybody reached out to try to rent these units out? I gave Melissa, our president of our board, the Ukrainian Society. I said, reach out to them. There's 30 new families coming to Fort McMurray. That's the kind of people I want to have as my neighbors. Let's try to get them in our units. Now, I don't know if it went anywhere. I don't think it did, but I'm trying. And
thanks, Shelley. Okay. And thanks, Christopher. Do we have any questions from council for Shelley? I'm not seeing there, Shelley. Thank you very much. Last delegate we have listed, no, second last delegate we have listed, Justin Ellis. Just a reminder, Justin, you have 5 minutes to present, and then just remain seated for any questions, please.
There we go. Okay. I don't live in those condos. I don't know one person who lives in those condos. I've watched the previous council meeting, and what a devastating situation. One can't help but want to help them. And then I began watching this council meeting, and I just had to drive down here. Sonia thought I was late for the Development Advisory Committee meeting, but no, I was watching this on TV and I had to come down here. So we've watched on TV a parade of what can only be described as financially, emotionally, and psychologically devastated homeowners. We didn't need to do this. Now, these people appear to have convinced banks and courts and owners and lawyers to all agree on a path forward in this tangled spider web, which is an amazing accomplishment. Now, there's been lots of oxygen spent in the room around the merits of forgiveness and fairness and being equal and talking about tax arrears that are with the owners and talking about forgiven taxes and that precedence that sets questioning decisions. Condo boards are run by volunteers. They're not professionals in most cases. We've talked about foreclosure process and how to run our opinions of how to run a board, and talking about the debt outstanding and gypsum rebates and Red Cross and when to start taxes and comparing stories, and the MLA hasn't been come back, and it's a different level of government. We're not cutting a check here. You'd have to have the money in your hand, which you don't. So I would suggest that all this is noise and it's confusing the frame for this question. So I'd like to make a suggestion for a creative alternative that I haven't heard discussed, and maybe it has been. It allows the municipality to avoid charity and opening up for concerns of creating precedent. Let's not talk about tax relief. What I suggest that it might be more helpful if we view it from the perspective that we let the market decide what the properties are worth. Taxes are taxes based on the market value of the units and what they would sell for on July 1st of the previous year. And I would ask that council consider referring this matter to administration, but not the lawyers and anyone else, but refer this matter to administration for reassessment of their property taxes retroactive to the fires, and now and going forward. We let the market decide. And here's what I've heard, and this is why I suggest it. The properties have been described as unsellable. The banks wouldn't even foreclose. They even wash their hands of it. The lawsuits are looming. The owners who have held on this long and who I hope have been provided with an opportunity to access bankruptcy trustee, there's liens on them. They can't sell. It's a nightmare. It's stuck on their shoulders. What do we do with empty property? I'm not sure. Can't sell it for even $110K because of the lien. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, if you had a choice as business owners or as real estate agents, and you had a choice of a property that you could pay $110,000 for, free and clear, it's yours, you got a mortgage on it, you'll pay down over 25 years, or you have the choice to buy a house at Hillhurst for $110,000, but by the way, you've got $110,000 worth of assessments. You can't afford to rent it out because you won't make enough money. Someone's suing you. Would you really seriously consider paying $110,000? I know I wouldn't. I wouldn't go near it. So to me, the value of that property is $1. So my suggestion is that you refer it to get the taxes reassessed. I hope that they take an honest look at what they would actually sell for, which is not, like, they're not selling, so there's your proof. And retroactively reimburse who's ever paid their money, charge them $1 a year, consider what they would sell for now with all of this hanging over them, and then going forward, continue to factor that in when you're assessing the taxes. And eventually, when this clears, which eventually it will, but it doesn't really matter to this council how, we'll let the market decide what is right, what is wrong. You're not giving tax relief. I know what I'm asking is that you consider not giving tax relief in that the precedent it creates. But what I'm asking you to do is you just reevaluate what the tax were assessed on it to begin with.
Okay, thanks, Justin. That's your 5 minutes, but hold on there. You might have some questions. Do you have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, but well, definitely that's something to consider. Sorry, Councillor Weigel.
Through the chair, thank you for the presentation, Justin. I think, I don't know if this is the answer, but this is the type of thinking I do think that we need in these types of situations. And so I uphandedly appreciate your courage to come down here and bring something different out of the box to the table. To even consider it, I guess through the chair to Lance or Al, because they're in the industry. My question would be, if we reassess these at $1, what would that do to the real estate market? Would it change that, or would it just change the tax procedure? And I guess, I don't know if I can ask Al and Lance that, but I just think that they would know that better than anybody else. All right, Councillor Boussier and Councillor Grandison, my apologies for the disrespect.
Councillor Boussier?
You're on mute, sir. Councillor Boussier, you're on mute, sir.
Sorry.
There you go.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I had a question for the presenter, but I'll try to answer Councillor Weigel's question. I mean, it'd be up to the tax department to do that, but the taxes, I mean, our mill rate is so low, like Councillor McGrath says, it's probably the lowest in North America. So out of the $600, I bet you no more than $200 or $300 goes to the RM. The rest would go to the province or Arabasca House. So reassessing these properties for $1, I don't think helps. Like, my question to the presenter, to Justin, was, sorry, Councillor Weigel, is how does he see the benefit to assessing these condos at $1 and reducing the lady that's just presented, Shelley's taxes from $600 a year to $300 a year? Like, how does it benefit the homeowners, Justin, to the chair, to the presenter, that have held together their unit, have stayed and kept current?
Well, so thank you for the question, Councillor Boussier. So the way I see it, and keeping in mind my distance, and the only knowledge that I have is what was presented to you all online a couple months back, is that my proposal, my suggestion for re-evaluating what the fair value of the property is would mean that $300,000 that's the last little hurdle in this scheme that they've managed to get the lawyers and the banks and owners and everyone agree on, which is out of left field, but if they can do it, I mean, it's amazing. And they're not asking to be given money, they're just asking to not pay. And what I'm saying is, I don't want you to relieve the taxes because there's precedent there. What I'm asking is that you reevaluate what taxes you charge them in the first place. And I think if you take a step back, you probably realize that the market value of the property is $1 because no one's buying them, and for the reasons that were given. So they can't afford to pay any more. They've paid a lot already. You've listened to them. I just think that by not having to pay this last little bit, you're not going to push them over the edge. You're going to give them the opportunity to move forward with this this new idea. And you know what? What is the worst thing that could happen? The worst thing that could happen is that it doesn't work. And I mean, then we go down that path of, well, what do we do with all these empty buildings that we're not getting the taxes back for anyway? Because at the end of the day, you've got all these properties that someone's got to buy, but there's not going to be money left for everyone to go around. If you let them do it their way, they have what sounds like from their proposal last council, a workable, bankable plan to start generating money and provide people with places to live and prevent the people that you have sitting right here in front of you from losing their homes. So not tax relief, no precedent setting, go back and do an honest self-reflection of what you charged, what they were charged, and is it really fair market value? Does that answer your question?
It does. I'm sure if we brought all the presenters back that just presented and we told them that we're going to reduce their yearly taxes from 600 arguably 400, I'm not sure if they're going to say that really helps them. There's an elephant in the room, like Councilor McGrath says. We have sounds like a $28 million loan at 8%. That is probably not manageable, unfortunately, for the homeowners.
But
outside of these special assessments.
But respectfully, that's not part of the purview of council. So respectfully, the purview of council is the tax relief, and it doesn't sound like there's an appetite for that for a variety of reasons. But what is in the purview is directing administration to have a second sober look. And if you reduce the value, the market value, you're not just reducing what the taxes are that go into the municipality, you're also reducing the taxes that are going to the provincial government, because it's all based on fair market value. It's going to make more of an impact than you think. And if you let the market decide, I'm not asking for anyone to make a judgment here, I'm asking for you to let the market decide.
Thank you.
Councillor Weigel, I'm not sure if I answered your question.
Can we have one of the members of the administration, Nevin, just respond to that? You hold on, Justin, you probably have more questions.
To Chair, to Mayor Bowman, thank you for the opportunity. Our assessments are highly regulated and we need to meet the market value, and we are audited by the province. So for the market value, definitely there is interest in these properties, such as land, such as the building. So it's based on those, there's like saleable items there. And finally, like just another example, the condo corporation has interest in these properties. They are like condo fee areas at the amount of, just an example, $100,000. And another example is that in previous years, we had many foreclosures and they were around $100,000. Similar townhouses was sold. So there is an interest there, and our market values are not attractive. We can go back to the province and change those. Therefore, this is not possible solutions here. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Councillor Grandison, you have a question for Justin?
Well, I was partially responding to Councillor Weigel, and I think you just cleared it up. The market value is determined in a great number of ways. At the end of the day, what properties sell for, but if you were to call one of the market appraisers in Fort McMurray right now to do an appraisal on any one of those units, it would come in at exactly what the municipality says, because they take into account the building materials, the land, all of these factors combined. And the assessed value, I mean, we see as realtors what properties sell for. Those properties would sell in this neighborhood. So that does represent a fairly reasonable market value today, yesterday, the day before. I understand what you're saying, Justin, in terms of things aren't selling, but things aren't selling doesn't change the value of a property sometimes. Having said that, I guess, yeah, I'll just leave it at that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grandison. Councilor McGrath?
Thank you,
Sorry,
Chair.
Justin. Sorry, Councilor McGrath. I think Justin might want to reply to Councilor Grandison.
Yeah, through the chair, Councilor Grandison. Yeah, I agree with you. It may not be $1. It may not be 110,000, but like honestly, if a person isn't, like, I know there's probably a lower threshold for that land, but there's a condo on there that it's in the way of the land, and it's tied up in a spider web right now, and I think that those are, like, this is something that municipalities haven't seen. It's unique, it's special, it deserves a second look, and yeah, this is just a creative alternative to explore. And you know what, like, if I owned a house and I made a personal decision not to repair the roof and let the weeds grow and let the fence fall into disrepair, not paint it, and I mean, you could send bylaw after me, but at the end of the day, that's going to drag down property value, right? And it's a personal decision that I made. There's some decisions that were made that we may not agree with, and there's some circumstances that happened to these poor folks that, you know what, it was just bad luck. And through no fault of their own, they're here tonight. And I'm just trying to be creative to find a way that we can work within the rules and policies that we have in place to see what we can do to alleviate the pain, let this go through. And you know what, if it doesn't go through, if it doesn't end up working and they lose their place, then the money will come back to you anyway.
I have no problem, and I appreciate your creativity. It's just, I was simply answering a question as related to that. The one thing that is not getting lost on me, and I don't think on any of my colleagues here, I think the empathy and understanding of what these people are going through is quite strong, and it certainly is with me. Municipal council doesn't always create the rules on how condo corporations are formed, but I can tell you my decision to collect taxes has nothing to do with evicting somebody else out of their property.
Yeah,
just want to be clear about that.
and you know what? Like everything I've watched, everything I've heard, well, not everything, but most of it, it's been about emotion and feeling, and it tugs at the heartstrings, and we want to help. But I'm offering a path forward where we're working within the policy and the rules. And as much as we want to help emotionally, sometimes we can't, but maybe this would work.
Thanks, Councilor McGrath.
Thank you, through the chair. Sorry, I didn't know what's your role? Are you a homeowner?
I am not with Hillhurst whatsoever. I'm a citizen who volunteers in the community, yep, who's been here for a really long time and watched this on TV, and I wanted to come down here and offer an alternative solution that I hadn't heard.
Yeah, and that's just to redo the home assessment based on the 214 units. That's a good idea. I appreciate people like yourself that care about our community. And I think as time goes along, you've watched a lot on TV, but I watched a lot from the front lines. And I'm going to go back. This is a question of taxation. And I know I have another 1,612 people in the same situation, if not worse. But I think somebody said Cam came in and done the guys a favor at 8%. I don't know what they got insurance, but it comes back to the same question. The question is, there's $304,000 on the table this evening that we have no right to pass and give forgiveness to, because it's actually not good play for anybody. And to assess a person's home at $1, I wish I could get my home assessed at $1. And taxes are nothing, because the taxes that we're paying right here, the cheapest, the school tax, you know, we spend about $250 million a year educating our kids. We collect 60 on behalf of the province. What I see here this evening, sir, again, I'll go back to this. I hope someone like yourself that offers some good insight, non-biased insight that has no other reason but to see people succeed, that's the people you need on the board. And I think once the monkey in the room is exposed, you'll know exactly where my emotions come from. Because if you were to total up the bill for some of the help that these people got and where they end up, I'd have some gall to show up again.
You know, we're through the chair to Councillor McGrath. My employer's been teaching us about human organizational performance, HOP, and I'm learning a lot about it. And there's 5 principles, and the first one is that everyone makes mistakes. The second one is blame fixes nothing. And I think if we take a step back and you know, there's a lot of people whose properties are underwater, and there's our two, average of $250,000 for every person who bought 10 years ago. I get it. But I think this decision, we have to kind of take our personal homeowner hat off. And we have to view it through the lens of council and make the decision with the facts and not with emotion. And the fact is that if these people went to go sell their property, they can't. No one's willing to pay $110,000 for it. It is not worth $110,000. I repeat my request, my recommendation to council for this to someone and encourage or direct them to evaluate it through the lens that it's worth less than the 110.
Absolutely, sir. And everybody here that's bought a home, whether it was in 98 or 88 or 84, we're all in the same boat. And this is not, no, I'm sorry, to the chair, this is about taxation, forgiving taxation to we don't know who. We don't know where it's going to end up. There's so many, at the end of the day, I'll go back to administration, and I'll support administration based on the fact that everybody forgets there's a third option here. There's a third option. Without all the reassessments, there's a third option here that nobody's ever talked about. We'll take the 300 and spread it, you know, and that's up to administration. But nobody can come in here and debate about taking 204 homes, putting them at $1 value, and screwing up the neighborhood. Jesus, man, our neighborhood is screwed up enough now.
So, through the chair, Councillor McGrath, all I'm suggesting is that we let the market decide. So, if you look at the current real estate stats right now, there's about 570 some homes that are listed for sale, and variety of sizes, and the market's been getting hot since January. They've been they've been flying off homes have been flying off the shelves. I think Councillor Granison and Councillor Boussier can attest to that.
Lance is retired, just a correction, Lance is retired, sir.
But I think we can go back to what Kevin said from administration. We can't go back and change the taxation rate that's already been done, that's been set by the province. So we're kind of going in circles here, talking about something that can't be actually done. Well, I do appreciate you coming down and everything, Justin. Really appreciate it, and especially seeing this, watching online. Appreciate that, and then coming down for the residents. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you to council for entertaining the alternate suggestion.
Thank you. Sorry, Charles, we're going to take a 10-minute recess, just a bio break for everyone here. And just please and thank you. You're next, yeah. Welcome back, everyone. Next, Doug, we have Robert Tupper that would like to speak. He's joining us via Teams. You have 5 minutes to speak, Robert, and then just wait online for any questions, please.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Again, my name is Robert Tupper. I go by the name Bob. I'm actually on the board. I'm the board president. I've been a part of this the condominium association since 2009, when I first moved here. I know there's been a lot of emotion and a lot of discussion back and forth. I know how tired you are. I want to try to be as brief as possible. I don't want to use my whole 5 minutes, but I guess the best thing that I could bring to this conversation is just summarize very quickly. I've heard terms used like think outside the box. You know, there's been conversations about the elephant in the room, about the board. I can tell you that literally this board has done absolutely everything it could to get to this point. And we're not asking for what we're asking for to absolve us of just this part of it. And I heard the term thrown out regarding throwing bad money or good money after bad money. We've heard that from the banks. We've heard that from every lender we've talked to for years. There's so many people who never believed we get this far. I guess what I'm trying to say is the most important thing that we have focused on is we've developed a strategy that doesn't get us all the way through to the end of the $28 million that we owe. That's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to get through the court case. We're trying to get to a point where we're in control of those units so they can't be pulled out from under us, because those units are a major path to getting that recovery for the people that have moved back here. In other words, that's a large chunk of the money that would go towards that 28 million. The second thing is getting through this entire period to the point where we have an outcome with the court case. It's been 6 years. We don't know how much longer it could be, but in order to sustain what we built to this point, this is a strategy that allows us to continue on with that. The purchase of the units puts them in our control and the control of the condominium association and the homeowners. If we have to pay that out, it kind of stops that strategy in its tracks. That's kind of why we're doing this. As far as precedent goes, I understand what you guys are saying. All the things that you brought up, the council members that brought up the things about precedent that other condominium associations are facing, well, we're facing those things too, in addition to what they're facing. Pardon me, we're facing what they're facing in addition to the other things we faced with the lawsuit and the rebuild, which wasn't covered by insurance, and that's why we're in the boat that we're in. I don't think I can add much more to the conversation, so I'm going to stop right there and just see if there's anything you guys want to ask.
Thank you, Robert. Do we have any questions of council? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for your presentation. I understand there is no money for taxes. Well, how does the condo board expect to pay the foreclosure fees to take over the empty properties?
We would have to use the income we're generating now to get through those in a measured way. Like we couldn't come up with all of it at once, but we're generating enough revenue now through our rental business, which was very hard to build, by the way, so that we would have to take those on some way, and we couldn't do it all 105 at once, or 101 or 103. But we'd have to generate that revenue that way, and we'd have to get creative through the lawyers that we had used to do this, who we have a really good relationship with. That would be lesser of a hurdle for us. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Robert.
Thank you.
Next presenter, we have Charles Scott. Again, Charles, you have 5 minutes to present, and please remain seated for any questions following.
Hi, I'm Charles Scott. I work on behalf of the corporation. When I lived in Fort McMurray, I volunteered a lot of my time with different organizations, for example, Rotary. This community has very fond memories. It's the first home I had leaving university. Started my family, my wife met here. So I have always had an interest in helping this condo corporation. I was an owner. I filed consumer proposal because I couldn't handle the debt. So I completely understand and empathize with our homeowners and why I continue to do this, because I don't want any of them to lose the lawsuit. And when you have no one who knows anything, you could lose it and you almost win by default, which that's the worst case. This tax arrear issue, it's the only avenue I could find within administration. Council is asking for tax relief. If there was a $300,000 grant, great. We would take that. I'd rather go that route than doing something very difficult, because tax relief is extremely rare if it happens at all. Precedent has been mentioned. In order to be like this condo corporation, you have to have condo fees that are greater than the value of the property. That every condo fee has to be justified through a budget, special assessments through expenses, evidence provided to say why you're doing it. No condo can wake up and say, let's assess for $40 million and then go ask for $300,000 forgiveness of taxes. Then they have to collect that $40 million. So that's really a near impossible hurdle to hit. The other thing I've found, which I provide to you guys, is not directly tax relief, but $3 million was set aside to support Penn Horwood due to units that were beyond repair. They need to be taken down. That's a condominium expense. That should have been their expense. Now I know there's a bunch to it, but that's the plain and short of it. Also, Tarragam Court, $15 million was set aside for them and used to buy property. Once again, a condo expense. Yes, it was flooding. I know the council administration debated even letting them rebuild after the fires, knowing the dangers of building in a floodplain. Those are condo issues. These tax relief are becoming a condo issue because we've lost 50% of our owners, and therefore we've lost revenue, and through condo fees, we continue to burden these people that have been presenting to you today with higher fees, pushing them nearly to the brink, and we don't want to push anymore. When it comes to equity, based on the latest census we got off the RMWB site, 106 people in this town. That's roughly just under $3 a homeowner, a person, to pay for taxes to help this condo corp. Administration hasn't provided, RMWB or province hasn't provided any support to this condo corp at all, despite numerous requests. I've met with Councillor McGrath a couple times through the rebuild process trying to find ways. The only people that did help was the Red Cross. Ms. Hansen, when she was running it, her and I met, and that's how we came to an agreement that openly allowed a majority of these owners to come back who have returned, because the Red Cross supported. We were used as a PR campaign with this $2 million from the city, $2 million from province, $2 million to Red Cross to help Hillview. That wasn't money given to us, despite what Fort McMurray today said. Another inaccuracy to date, we have assessed for $25.5 million in total. We borrowed from CalMac $17 million. We paid that down a ways, and we had to re-borrow to do things like our fencing, things that need to happen to improve the house quality and therefore get renters that help these homeowners. So to me, we have precedence. We have equity. A tax sale will decrease property value over time. If you do a tax sale of 21 units, the best bid you get is $40,000. You've just depressed house values everywhere. And as you've heard, who would want to buy these properties, knowing there's a $80 million assessment if we do a full loss of the lawsuit. So that's a risk, and how it can impact the broader community, which is not what we want to have happen. And I'm around to help with the lawsuit. That's my primary goal, is the lawsuit, and I do a bunch of other things to help this corporation survive. Last time I barely got through, so I know there'll be some questions based on what we saw initially from administration. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Charles. I'm going to start. I don't see any of the lights on yet, but I'll start and ask you a few questions. When you took on by these court orders, when you took them on by these court orders, what was the plan at that time for property tax? Because it's listed on the court orders as your third thing to pay in order was the property taxes, and it's on both the court orders. So what was the plan at that time?
So the way it works in the court is, since it's a desk application, the lawyer writes the order. So our lawyers wrote that order. So our plan with the property tax is to pay them. The discussion we had with administration leading up to this meeting, our lawyer said he wrote it with, if it's rented, we will pay in this priority. You have to have revenue. Hence why the number has been jumbled around. We've paid property taxes on the units rented twice now, because we're finally getting to a point. We inherited initially 89 units, I think, in the first court order to rent out. We have no revenue. We have to put bodies in there. So we never wanted to be responsible for all taxes. It was written that way immediately. As we got renters, we still had to pay heating bills, everything else that you heard today. So now that we're getting to what I'd say is critical mass in our rentals, we have funds and have paid taxes on the units rented, about $5,000 a month for the last 2 months.
Okay, and so where are the rent fees you've been collecting? And I know they've been rented for longer than 2 months. So where have all those rental fees been going?
So they vary. Rental fees have gone to, well, it's outfitting. So we had to buy appliances. We had to repair appliances. We had units that sat empty for over a year, and that required cleaning, actually paint touch up, because it wasn't under our control for quite a while. So we had a lot of initial work there. We then were covering utilities, wintertime utilities, inspections to keep the property safe, people to rent out the property, along with getting local support, plumbing repairs, anything. The maintenance bill the first winter was insane with all these high efficiencies popping. We had one unit had $50,000 of damage because it wasn't monitored.
Okay, so, and what will be the next step if we did give you tax forgiveness? What will be the next step of the condo corp?
So the one thing that hasn't been stressed, and I tried to do it to administration, it's taxes forgiven that we become owner of. So I'm not expecting anyone to forgive the taxes immediately. If I was to come to an administrator and say, here, we have the court order, we can foreclose on these units, forgive them. Because I don't want to help the banks. I don't want to help. If the banks for some reason show up, as Councillor Boussierre once suggested months ago, I don't want to help them. So I don't want you guys forgiving taxes on behalf of a bank either. So that's going forward, we're going to cover the taxes on units that we become owner of. And if you forgive it, we can foreclose quite easily. And I kind of want it to be forgiven, foreclose, or I have the order and then the taxes are relieved. So it's not like they sit right now. Like, I don't know how to quite explain that. Does making sense there? I just don't want it forgiven today and then we stuck with debt going forward, even though we can cover current. I don't want to benefit anyone who might show up and try to supersede our foreclosure.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'm just wondering, do you have any sense of what the foreclosure fees would be as you purchase these units?
There's a chair to Councillor Stroud. We've gotten estimates. Now, foreclosures has a tariff rate, and it depends on the complexity of the foreclosure. As a lot of processes started, we're hoping it's on the lower end, of about $3,000 to $5,000 on some of them that have preservation orders, and a lot of work has already started. We're also debating doing, of course, probably never been done, same like a lot of things we do, is like an omnibus foreclosure and try and package as many together at one time, which could save us a lot in fees. To address, I think, the question you had to Mr. Tupper as well, more fully, we owe our lawyer $50,000 right now. And knowing how Condo Corp works, if you have a bill for 120 and you have to do it through condo fees, it's 10,000 every month that you would collect. So their understanding, we're paying them about 10 to 15,000 a month to pay that down as they continue to work. Hence why Mr. Tupper mentioned that we have a relationship that allows us to manage these fees a little better. The property taxes, when we foreclose, no one's going to say, pay us over 12 months. We're okay.
Can you explain what the lien is about?
Sure. Through the chair to Councillor Stroud. The lien from Viceroy, I think, is a little bit of noise in this case, but the lien is Viceroy saying they're owed, in this case, $13 million. We've done an affidavit to prove their lien. We've settled with every other lien claimant that they should be paying first, so we own it. We own all the other liens that you may see on title. And the 13 million is if it's proven, because they've put it on every property, they can use it as collateral to collect. I'm not going to draw the line too clearly, but if we foreclose, the lien comes off the title. So they lose property that they can try and collect against.
They lose leverage.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Thank you. Again, just trying to understand. When your special when there's only 103 active units right now, minus the ones that are being rented out as abandoned, when you special assess them, when you assess a condo corporation, is it done per door, per person? So is that assessment, say you've got a $10,000 or $100,000 assessment, is that over 214 units or just the 103 that are left? Or is it the 103 plus the ones that are being rented out? Like, how does that get divided up?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, it would be by unit factor. So even the rented units would get an assessment. Knowing they don't pay because there's no owner, you would in fact double the assessment to ensure you're collecting actual funds that you need. It creates a further burden on the owners that way. That's why the number you've heard is roughly 2,800 to 3,000.
Okay. No, that answers that. I had one more. Just a second here. Yeah. I'll have to come back to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Have any other questions from council? Councillor Bussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair, Charles. The lawsuit with Viceroy, they also are suing you, correct? Charles?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as you don't think that litigation or lawsuit has any teeth?
Against me, none.
How about the other 13 or 14 million dollars they're seeking?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, the lawsuit is roughly for $23 million.
Okay.
That's Viceroy, and then they claim 15 against me, and I think 20 against Specs off the top of my head. The validity, of course, is proven in court, but I see, well, I just did documented production. I feel we have a very strong case where they will get next to nothing. And through settlements, we have $1 million that we can't touch until the court case is settled to potentially settle.
Okay.
So, yep.
So how does CalMac, we heard from Michael, and it sounds like it's $26 or $28 million at 8%. Have you talked to CalMac about renegotiating at a lower interest rate, or has the board looked at any cost-saving measures? Like, you're self-managed, correct?
Correct. So Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, I'll answer the question about CalMac. They lent through a court order $17 million. The total assessments, because we tried to self-finance it, is $25.5 million. And the reason why you've heard different numbers is because Fort McMurray today can't decide if it's 26 point something or 28.4. And those are the numbers you see in the public realm. It's 17.0099988. I think off the top of my head. That's what they total lent to us. We reborrowed with court approval for another $2 million, but we've paid that down over time already, as it's been 2.5 years. They at 8% fixed, effectively 8.3 annualized from Mr. Snook. It was one of the cheapest rates I could find. I went to Morrison, I went to every major bank, CWB. I tried everything possible to find financing. All of them were variable on a 5-year bond rate starting at 9+%. This was actually the best deal we could get. And the fact that they fixed the price during the construction, knowing we wouldn't go any higher than the 17, provided a lot of certainty to us. And they were the ones in charge, and we fixed them at a top end a price, which made it work really well for us.
Okay. You had mentioned renting the units out, and Mayor Bowman had talked to it. So the court order stipulates how you, I guess, manage the rental income and where it can be dedicated. So currently, how many units do you have, like what's your vacancy occupancy rate, or how many units do you have rented, how much income you're bringing in, how much is spent on managing it, and all those numbers? Does the board have that information?
Through the chair, Councillor Broussard, yes, they do. I provide weekly updates on my activities. So I will say, I have no problem telling you guys this, but I don't know how this is relevant to tax arrears. And we have 105 available to rent. The reason why you heard from administration 113 or different numbers is because the court order provided that potential. And I was about to rent a unit out, and a homeowner came and said, "Oh, I want to live there, I'll pay you." Great, I want homeowners. We don't want this rental. No one signed up to be a massive rental company. So we, out of 105, we have 84 rented, I believe, today. And average rent is about $2,000 a month. That's today. We started off on month 1 with like 30 rented. So we've grown it quite a lot in the last year, getting more units. And of course, you have people come and go. Expenses with that, as I mentioned, 1 unit that was damaged. You know, anyone who's been in the rental business knows you don't get perfect tenants all the time.
Yeah, no, I understand that. And I guess the question was, is the corporation sustainable is
yes.
The reason I ask. I mean, you have obviously some significant debt. You're in the middle of litigation. And I'm just trying to understand, you know, you got 100 folks that have continued to stay current with taxes and payments and all that. And then what happens, let's say that the taxes were deferred or forgiven. What happens next year? If you guys haven't managed to turn the organization around, are you back at the municipality asking for more tax relief? That's where I struggle, Charles, is the condo board, and I sit on condo boards, it's a volunteer board, we all have jobs. Has this board looked for help to manage the affairs of the condominium, which now includes renting out units and managing units, which I can tell you right now, the board owners probably don't have enough hours in the day to do all the work.
Through the chair, Councillor Broussard, a lot there, so I'll try and work through it. Yes, it's a volunteer board. As was mentioned, the former board pres is also paid to support our efforts. I'm a paid employee, and we have a couple others who are direct employees helping us. Hence why we've gone to the rental mass that we've gone to, with running it very well, digital, very few overall issues. 80-20 rule always applies. I see this condo corporation as sustainable. It is sustainable. the board at the time that I was on had to make a decision to even bother to find money. I remember the day we decided to fire Viceroy, and we all bawled like babies because this was either we were going to make it or we just assured doom for every single homeowner. And we decided to try whatever we could to find an alternative to get these things built, which maybe in hindsight, we should have taken the $165,000 the insurance offered and walked away, because now they're worth less. But we soldiered on, and that's where we found CalMac, who was able to give us a fixed price. Unlike other bidders in town, because that was the preference, time and material. That's unsustainable. We can't predict that. And then, thankfully, by pure luck, happened to have a relationship that allowed them to access to self-financing. So I see this as sustainable. We've made it through the hardest part of all this. The lawsuit exposure, in a worst case, is to me more of an assessment in a worst case of 25,000 per door, which is still a lot, not something we want. But that is like, we do nothing the rest of the way. This loan is manageable based on where our rental's at. We're still paying down debt from 2 years ago with other people while trying not to screw over service providers like McMurray TV, who's provided us 97 sets of appliances since we started, or Northern Plumbing, who does our heating, or Fusion, all these local people that we're giving business to. I'm trying to keep them paid. Knowing the city can always collect, which was said here last time I was here, there's some comfort there. But these are all costs to maintain these units. And our costs are dropping that we have to bear without revenue as we fill these units. And the fact that we're at roughly 20% vacancy is pretty good. It's a sign that we're doing things right, because I think the average in this town is 30. So I think with all the work we're doing, this is sustainable. It's 17 million. It's about 130 a month. I'm calculating we're bringing in 160 off rentals, 50 in condo fees, 27 in special assessment payments. And that's why it was unsustainable, actually. 49,000 is all we bring in condo fees, and our insurance bill alone is 50,000. That's why we were dying, because the banks did nothing. So we had to make choices. What do we pay for first?
Yeah, and I guess just the fact you mentioned, through the chair to Charles, the fact you mentioned insurance, like, again, you have a part-time board because people work, and you're self-managed. So I guess, how active are you guys seeking out different insurance options? Because I know insurance has come down for many condominiums, and the gentleman quoted $50,000 or $51,000 a month, which to me is maybe double what you could secure out in the open market. Maybe not that much difference, but certainly I think there's better options out there. I guess my final question is, Charles, how is CalMac fit in here on the court order? If CalMac, or if the corporation forecloses and takes title, what's the obligation from the corporation to CalMac?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussiers. Okay, so insurance-wise, we've come down. We started off at straight from off the fire, having to get full insurance. I think we got roughly 70,000 a month. We've been able to bring it down to 50. We renew in February, which is also good and bad. Insurance industry is like they get a pot of money at the beginning of the year, and then they spend all the way down until they don't want to insure you anymore or give out new insurance policies. So we were hoping in February to lock in a better one for us. And we've already started shopping policies, and we go to at least 4 different brokers. But insurance market is one where the brokers, once you go out into the market, the brokers kind of lock up the market. So you can only send one out at a time to see what they can do. And so it takes time. We've done that every year, and that's why we've driven the price down $20K a month so far. When it comes to how CalMac fits in, CalMac has a loan agreement where we assign them our condo fee arrears, hence the size of the assessments. As Ms. Paulin stated, 131,000. So she's the highest unit factor unit, and 131,000 working through the unit factors, that covers a $17 million loan. And that's how CalMac has collateral, because we are right below, as was mentioned by your legal counsel, right below your taxes. And maybe above you would be the CRA if for some reason they went that route. So that's how they play into it. If we become in possession, they have the option to place a mortgage on the property. But that doesn't allow them to call a mortgage. It just means they further secure their collateral with a mortgage, like a way a bank has a mortgage on a property. They don't have the same rights of a bank, where they can't kick someone out and take it over, but it's just more security. It's part of the security agreement that was also in the public record in our applications for the loan approval, which was June, when did we finance it? I want to say June 2019, we went to court and got approval for this loan. Does that answer your question full?
Yeah, it does, and I'll give up the floor for anybody else that's waiting to ask questions. Thanks, Carlos.
No problem. It's a shame Councillor McGrath isn't here.
Thanks, Councilor Boussier. Charles, just to kind of humor me, why did you or the condo corporation decide to take on this when the banks would have foreclosed, paid the taxes owed, maybe sold the properties cheap, but homeowners would have bought them and moved in? Why did the condo corp and yourself take on this, knowing there was going to be over $250,000 in tax arrears on these properties?
Through the chair, Mayor Bowman. Let's see. So we are aware through our lawyers, we're not privy to all the details, but there was an agreement between the mortgage insurers and the banks from some sort of settlement. And we were hoping that part of that agreement was forcing the banks to give us their mortgage. Then we could easily foreclose. The banks did not, or the insurers did not force them, and therefore we only have RBC mortgages right now. And because they settled with the insurers, they're not doing anything. They got paid. They actually got some money. In this scenario, currently, there is no money. There's also, that was done, the board asked for a receiver to be put in place at one point. The board asked for a receiver, but it was PwC, and that was only to secure contracts, because as I know, one councillor is clearly on that page of listening to these people. Some owners wanted to take over the board and fire everyone and start fresh, bring Viceroy back even. And it's a democracy to some extent in the condo corporation, so we put in a receiver to protect our contracts. Through PwC, there was a report developed that's still confidential, so I can't give full details. But the overall message was, this project's never going to get built. It's going to cost tens of millions of dollars. And the banks sat by and hoped we tank so they could sell the property and the remaining insurance value. And they continue to stand on the sidelines to today. So if they do nothing, like I can tell you in your tax roll, 156 or 155 Alderwood was quit claimed to us by RBC. That unit has $1,800 in tax arrears right now. How old is that tax arrears? And they're on title.
Thank you. Councillor Boussier?
I think I forgot to take my hand down, Mayor Bowman, but I will ask one last question to the presenter. Charles, I guess at the end of the night, deferring or relieving the condo corp of taxes, how does that help Ms. Paulin in the back or all the other presenters that have maintained their mortgage with banks and special assessments? Like, how can you convince me that next year you guys are going to be better off and these poor 100 homeowners are not going to see another special assessment because of legal fees from Disroy or Calmar or Calmac, sorry, or any other potential costs?
So through the chair to Councillor Bussiere, if I had every unit full per the court order, and maybe we will change it if there's tax relief, I pay only on units that have rented out. So there's 20 units I'm not paying anything on. If 105 are full, I'd be paying $6,300 a month. The corporation has paid about $5,100 the last couple months. That's not a big difference to us. So that's manageable, go forward. This is a debt accrued over 5 years. And the way you help all these homeowners, let's do the inverse. If you don't do any relief and we proceed with a foreclosure process, we would do, to save us money as a corporation, because all our money comes from these homeowners. That's it, now rentals. But we would foreclose. The tax arrears on those units that we foreclose on is due and payable in order to foreclose. So I have to come up, the corporation has to come up with, let's say it's 200,000. We don't have that money. We don't have 200,000 bank. At the end of every month, we have about $2,000. So we don't have that money. So where do we get it? We assess the homeowners. Now half the homes don't have homeowners. So the assessment gets larger for those homeowners, and I need that money to foreclose. So there's pressure put on them, and usually penalties of 6% interest in our case, and that's how they're burdened with the failure to do relief. If there is relief, as my wording is units that we take ownership of. So as we foreclose, if it's an omnibus and there's 90 units in there, we've all agreed that's what you guys are willing to do to help us. We foreclose. We take possession of these units. Every unit on average owes us $130,000 right now that we're renting out. So while 11 million was thrown out in a previous meeting from Mayor Bowman, Councillor Ball mentioned as well, they have a debt greater than what their value is currently. The rental allows us to pay down that debt on our books because we still have a loan to pay that doesn't drop because we foreclosed. So it still owes in our books $130,000. Condo fee arrears can outlast a foreclosure. So if the bank forecloses or someone buys and we're still owed 40 grand, I can still leverage that property for it. Or, well, my worst case is I special assess the homeowners. 30,000 times 100, that's a large assessment. That's even larger than the assessment that not giving us tax relief would do. So the tax sale is scary for us. The other thing I could do, or the corporation could decide to do, is do nothing, not pay your taxes at all, let that debt rise. You guys, the administration does their tax sale, and we bid the debt. So this unit owes 140, is up for tax sale. We'll give you 140 for it. The unit still owes us 140 in our books, even when we take it. You guys get your couple of grand, but I saved the cash in the interim to pay off for all my other bills, the legal bills and everything else we got to cover. And we'll settle that 21 units at a time, 27 units at a time. That's where our options are. And to me, that option sounds far more combative than it is. It's just a cash flow strategy. So failure to do relief is one way or another an assessment, other than doing the option where you guys get nothing in the interim until you tax sell it. You guys get your money, maybe assessment has to come because it's 20 units times 3,000, 60,000 every year. I might have to do an assessment for that. It all depends where legal's at. Our affidavit of records expects to cost $100,000. We're going to spend that money because we got to defend ourselves. And we're defending ourselves to win $0. This is the broader picture that, of course, you guys have been asking for off and on, but the straightforward to me is it fair to burden these homeowners with taxes from another citizen? Or taxes from other citizens get spread across the entire population? And then is there precedence, which I explained how you have to be similar to us, is a near impossible bar to meet.
Thanks, Charles. The only one issue I do have is I heard from super centers, Ms. Pauline, Christopher, and even the numerous letters and emails we've gotten over the last, and Facebook messages, conversations on the street, that it's like you had just said, that we're giving tax relief to these people that live there. It's not tax relief for the people that live there, and we're not doing this to anyone. We didn't put the condo association in this position. But a lot of the messages that I get from the public and from residents is that we did this, that council, administration, rmwb, we did this to the residents that are living there. And it's not fair for us to charge the people that have been paying their taxes and their homeowners this fee, but we're not doing that. I look at your court orders, and by the court orders, there's no time limit on the amount of time the banks are allowing you to rent them. It says month to month, year to year, whatever you want to do. Is it not foreseeable that you could continue renting these for however long and pay the taxes on them? Because it's not the people that live there that, I know you talk about special assessment, and it's not fair for them, which I agree is not. They shouldn't, people sitting here shouldn't have to pay the taxes for people that drop the keys off the bank, and that the condo corp decided to take responsibility of these units. So it's those units and those homeowners that owe the taxes. We're not putting it off. RMWB is not putting off on those residents that are paying their taxes, living in the homes there, contributing to the community. It's a condo corporation that decided to take this on, and knowing that those taxes were there. And in both the court orders, as we mentioned several times, paying the taxes is one of the stipulations for taking on the burden of these condos. So we're kind of at a crossroads where the community, we're put in a position where it's I'm going to use the word tugging at our heartstrings, because it's not fair for those residents. It's not fair that they get special assessed every time we turn around. It's not fair that they've got special assessed in 2016. It's not fair that different companies took advantage of those people. But we didn't do it. The RMWB didn't do it. I believe the RMWB did quite a bit to assist everyone in this community for rebuilding, whether it came from not charging permit fees to you talk about Red Cross. The government of Alberta, or municipality and Red Cross put in an extra $2 million each for recovery funds from the fires. So I think putting it on us that it's not fair for those residents, it's not fair for those residents. But we didn't put them in this position.
Through the chair, I agree. As I had to sit and listen to and apparently not make a point of order, a certain counselor made comments because I was the public face of the board. I had to stand in front of all the home ownership and explain to them what we're doing and why. As a board member, as a paid employee, and I continue to do that. And it's easy when you're upfront and in public to be blamed. Come up with crazy stories of apparently I've stolen millions of dollars. What's been hinted at. So I think it's ridiculous and absurd, but that's what happens. Yes, we, or you as council, aren't forcing anything. We're asking, since this is a path forward that we have, will you help us? And the answer I'm feeling right now is no, other than a tax payment plan. And I may be wrong, and I hope to be proven wrong. And if we do nothing, let's say this one unit owes us $140,000. If I could give the full $2,000 against that debt, what's that, 70 payments? How many years does that take to pay off? Assuming I can put it all against it. And who knows, like, I'm on title for a unit that I filed a consumer proposal against. There's the mortgage I had, the $350,000 mortgage I had, isn't on my credit report. That's great. But somehow I have title to this unit. I don't know how that's dealt with. And neither do really our lawyers. CMHC could sue me at any time, I guess, for that money, which we understand they're not pursuing homeowners. But it's anyone's guess. Everything this condo corporation has done is unprecedented. If we had someone contest our right to rent, we probably would have still been successful, and it would have been precedent setting. No Condo Corp has done this. No Condo Corp has borrowed $17 million to finish a construction project, asked for an administrator to be put in place to manage contracts. This Condo Corp, in order to survive, has gone really creative. And the last step, in my opinion, in our creative problem solving here is asking the city to relieve us of whatever, $300,000. And these homeowners have raised together with Red Cross support $25.5 million in some ways or another. So they've done the heavy lifting. We're asking you guys for, in my opinion, a small amount compared to some of the examples I gave of money the city freely gifted to other condos.
So questions for like Christopher, Shelley, like where was the people that were coming out now that were saying they're going to have to pay this special assessment if we don't do this? Were they approached before the condo corporation decided to take on these units to rent them? Did you go to, as a condo corporation, did you go to Shelley or Christopher and tell them we're going to take this on? And if council doesn't give us $305,000 tax forgiveness, then you're going to be on the hook for another special assessment?
We discussed, and I wasn't at the last AGM because I'm not an owner, but I believe it was brought up then as what we're looking for to do, maybe not as simple. The board is elected by the homeowners to make decisions on behalf. I don't think every councillor here, while they listen to the public, they don't say, hey, we're making a decision on tax relief. I need to go ask every single constituent, do you think that's okay?
But there's engagement. But like,
there is
as far as I know,
in this as well.
as far as I remember from the last meeting, Shelley actually found out on Facebook that day that this was going on, and she rushed down here. So this is the second time she's been here, and I've read her emails, and it's, to me, that's the part that really sucks, that it's these people that are taking on this burden, and in their, what the condo boards put out for them is that this is the way out for, because the RMWB's already paid $100,000 these taxes to the provincial government, so they're already paid. It's the residents of the community that'll have to take on this expense. And as you said, we're not going to go to every single resident and ask them, is it okay if we pay this? Because many of them that know one side of it, absolutely. If you had Christopher or Shelley come up, yeah, 100%. But the story of it is this was done and they found out about it on Facebook before the last council meeting. So I think a little bit of responsibility goes on the condo board for making this decision and then putting it on us and putting it back on the people that live in the residents that pay their taxes that have been paying special assessments 2016. So I think that there's some condo board needs to take on this rather than putting it all on us.
Through the chair, I understand what you're saying, Mayor Bowman. We put notices up on this system called Condo Genie, which used to be called Genie Pad, if you heard of it. Those notices went out. I put out 5 heading up to here. I don't know how many emails you got or letters. I pushed, and this is the engagement we got. When I pushed, like every other day trying to get something. Leading up to the last time I was here, I think we put out 1 posting and a board member put something on Facebook, not the day of, in advance. What you get, unfortunately, through our build is very polar in the way the owners behave. You got the owners who are mad at everything we've ever done. We can't do anything right. You're screwing us. And we had homeowners actually after I last presented saying, don't help me. Blew my mind. And then we have owners who don't care. They're like, I'm just so done with it. I'll pay whatever I got to, or if something comes, I'll file bankruptcy. That's what I have to. And then we got some in the middle which have come out or sent you letters. And we're 109 owners that exist in that property. I don't think you got 109 letters. You maybe got 10 or 15.
Oh, I'm up there. Trust me. Councillor Ball?
Thank you through the chair. Thanks, Charles, for clearing up some of this. But I guess I got a few questions here.
Hit me.
First off, let's clarify one thing. The condo corporation doesn't owe any taxes. Correct?
The Condo Property Act says the condo corporation is never
They don't owe
personally as a corporation responsible for taxes.
There's 103 or 4 or 5, 9, whatever it is, owners that owe taxes.
Yes.
Correct? And they walked away.
Yep.
Right? So you want the 305 forgiven, but you don't owe any taxes. The whole purpose of that is so that you can take ownership. But you seem to want to take ownership of all 103 right now, or whatever the number is. But you kind of self-admittedly said that you can't even foreclose on one because you got $2,000 in the bank at the end of the month. So if you got $3,000 worth of fees to foreclose as a minimum, in reality, how long is it going to take to foreclose on 103 properties? I mean, you're not going to get that done the next day because you don't have $300,000 or $400,000 to pay to foreclose on all at once. So you follow where I'm going with this?
Yes.
So why is it all or nothing is I guess my question. Why can't it be done in more bite-sized chunks?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, the way the corporation, the board currently looks at it is a unit owes 140. It is slowly, very slowly paying down.
But it owes that to the builder.
Pardon me?
Great.
It owes it to the condo corp. So the builder lent the corporation's only source of revenue is the homeowners.
Right.
So it's like a 25-year mortgage corporation and then 214 mortgages for their responsible portion. That's really the structure. So we only collect from a homeowner. These homeowners are slowly paying down condo fee arrears. We have condo fees arrears of $3 million across these units. It's not just the assessment side. And so they're slowly paying it down. There's an inflection point where the value will be higher than the condo fees. And then, as was suggested by the mayor, we'd have to just wait it out because we don't have money to pay whoever's next in line.
Mm-hmm.
So we have an opportunity to take ownership, which when we own a unit, every current owner will be an owner of that. And the board on its own can't decide to sell the property. It requires 75% of owners and unit factors.
Yeah, I understand.
Hard to do. We, with our lawyer, hopefully in a simple omnibus foreclosure, if the courts allow it can be very cost effective. It may only cost us $75,000. Knock on wood.
Which you don't have.
Which we don't have, but we currently don't pay our lawyer fees in full, knowing a condo corp collects everything in 12 equal installments. So we pay them off every month in an amount. Right now it's 10 or 15,000 a month. In the same way we pay our bills for the litigation. I'm like prepaying because I don't have a $100,000 lying around and I know I'll need it in 10 months. So you pay 10,000 every month because that's the only way you collect fees.
Right.
So we can't afford the foreclosure. It's the $300,000 bill at once. I can't, if I could ask you guys.
But you can't foreclose them all on them all at once.
I can come pretty close with the arrears. I have maybe 5 to 7 units that are in positive equity. Out of the 103.
I mean, I understood you had the way I was listening to it before was 103 units that all owed $160,000, which is
on average
$13 million. So, which is basically the net equity of what you would be receiving, basically one for one.
Through the chair, Councillor Ball, our appraisal from June put the highest value at 110,000.
Yeah.
That's what we call a B unit with a fireplace. The lowest, or the A style, which is the patio, I think they're in the 90 range. Now that could change. We might have to update it. I hope not. And yes, I'm averaging it out because I got one unit that owes 180 because it's the size of Ms. Pollen's. I got another unit owes 140 because it's the size of Mr. DePose, who's an A style, because it varies on unit factor.
Yeah. I lived at 164 Almond.
Pardon me?
I lived at 164 Almond a long time ago.
So that's at the fireplace. And for some reason, our wonderful architect designed a chimney chase. So we can fund the lawyer side. It's the large lump sum bill. If the city said it's 300,000 and they froze it for us, let's say, and then said we'll take equal payments, but The corporations also, this is what we were negotiating, the 3-year payment plan, which if that's the only thing we can get, we'll take it. It's just not ideal because you're asking these homeowners to pay for, I'll make it personal, for my house that I haven't paid taxes on because I
don't
gave
want
it up
anyone
legally.
to pay for someone else's taxes. That makes no sense.
Yeah.
I feel for these people. I get it. Right.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the lengthy discussion. I don't think the position has moved since the last time we met. I don't see how they won't, asking for zero payment, total exemption from tax. I don't get it because there are some other possibilities in between 0 and 305. So coming here and just like the mayor asked, I don't see how the condominium is holding themselves accountable. You took the risk to go into this business or to take this on, and it's like the condominium is throwing their arms in the air now and saying, well, and it's not fair to keep telling the people who are current in their payment. This is what will happen is if we can't get what we're asking, it's gonna fall back on you and all that. I think I said that before, and I think I want to say it again. It doesn't really show that you guys want to take responsibility for anything that has happened, and and you just passed the bill to the municipality, and I don't know anybody in this room who hasn't lost a lot of money since 2016. So it's been a struggle, I believe, from mayor to any of us. So that part of it just didn't cut it. So I don't see why the approach will be give us the 305 and every other explanation is then if not. And it's just, I don't know, it's not what one would expect. And I wonder if your board actually looked any further as to what else is possible. And there are options that, the option that is here is to spread the payment. And I find it difficult that the condominium can say we will pay $200 per unit. Oh, I'm just being ridiculous now in how low. But there's nothing that you've offered to do. So I want to hear your comment about my many comments.
I'll try. I'm always criticized by my wife that I can't remember everything she tells me. So please let me know if I miss something. Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko. A condo corporation only gets money from its owners. Everything they do is from the owners. That's it. That's the unit factors, condo fees, special assessments. In this case, now we have rentals. That is the only way money comes to the condo corporation. This being here today, to me, while it seems easy to you, I totally disagree that this is the easy road. I negotiated with the Red Cross to try and help these homeowners. We figured that out. Ms. Hansen was part of that. We found money beyond any hope to finish these houses. There's been nothing but blood, sweat, and tears put into this by every iteration of the board. Mr. DePose was part of the original board, who spoke first. This has been anything but easy for these homeowners and the board members. Sleepless nights, like 40 hours a week on this as a volunteer, on top of having me alleviating a lot of their day-to-day stuff. It's not easy. And asking for relief is a small ask relative to these homeowners who have come up with $25.5 million one way or another to get this project complete, to get their homes back. And yeah, everyone's lost money. Every homeowner in Hillview has lost at least $200,000 in value in their property on top of an assessment of $130,000. And there's so much that's been put on them, pain to get to this point, that the board is, I'd lose, most of the board would disappear with a $2,800 assessment. So they're coming asking for help. I had meetings with previous iteration of council asking for help, and nothing was ever done besides, I understand, letters were sent, which I believe Mayor Scott sent a letter asking for someone to do something. Nothing, as far as I'm aware. So this corporation has found money, made things work, got a second builder. Like, how many people get one builder, especially a condo corp, and when that gets fired, it all goes to, pardon my language, it all goes to shit and nothing happens. Lots. We made it work. We got these people home. The corporation did a hell of a lot of work. And the next step is to take ownership, where Ms. Paulin will, and all the owners who've been here, will own a portion of these. This helps them by doing the relief. It helps them for us to own it because they become in charge of their future. We can afford $6,300 a month. To afford $300,000 is a lot to ask for. And we can do it with our current revenue, afford $6,300. I don't think we can afford $300,000. I'd have to maybe beg CalMac to go without a payment for, what would that take, 3 months at 8%, costing us 8% interest. Maybe then I could pay you guys off. But there's more pain on the backside at 8% interest. So it's,
So
I don't
it's
know.
zero to municipality.
The municipality charges fees and stuff, but you guys collect one or another. As I said, the easy route for me is to actually do nothing. Let you guys do your tax sale, bid my arrears, get the property anyways. You guys spend the money on the legal. I don't understand how this is seen as the easy route. I just don't see it, Councillor
I don't think anybody's thinking it's the easy road.
Well,
we've been here a few times. Now, I'm going to propose something here pretty soon, but what if there was a payment plan, but it was only applied to the rental places, the condos that are in arrears, and we were able to lower the amount by possibly waiving penalties and fees, which would lower the total amount by about $60,000. And then we did a payment plan, but as long as, and so it doesn't affect the people that have their places that have been paying taxes, that we keep going back to, these people are going to have to pay the special assessment. If you don't do this, these people are going to have to pay this. That you would only charge this tax payment to the condos that owe the fees, that owe tax arrears. And by lowering that by about 20%, it's going to be a very small number on the basis of what you have rented. But what I want to know is, if we did that, is the condo board going to not charge the people that have been paying their taxes that have their homes, so they're not going to pay this on top of everything else?
Through the chair, Mayor Bowman, we're open to alternatives. My request is for tax relief. As far as I'm aware, I can't say 20%, 40%.
Yeah,
It's
what
the
I'm saying is
council
I
feels.
can't tell you how to run the condo corp, and I can't tell you what to charge.
So you're
But if we
proposing,
did this, I'm just saying I don't want, if we go this route of a payment plan, I just wanted some kind of assurances that her condo bill isn't going to get, her place isn't going to get special assessed if we're giving a tax break to these condominiums that are in arrears. I don't have a calculator, so I can't do any math. No
I was
phone
just
up
doing
here.
rough math. I just dropped it to 240 and divide by 36, plus what the current condo fee or tax would cost to save us about $1,000 a month, through the course. I don't know if they continue compound in what you're suggesting. So the payment plan is certainly possible. The question I have is, when we foreclose, is that entire amount due and owing, or do we stick on a payment plan?
I'd have to talk to administration on how it exactly would work. I'm just trying to figure out a way that she's not paying someone else's taxes.
A monthly, through the chair, a monthly payment is manageable. Even 13,000 we'll figure out. I'll have to short people here and there every month, but we'll make it work if that's what we agree to. Because I know there's always a contract on the backside of all this. It's when we foreclose, what happens with that debt? Because let's assume an average based on the number of 3,000 a door is what's owed right now. If I foreclose on one unit, do I owe that 3,000 right away? Because it's not going to be one. I'm going to try and do a bunch to make it economical on the legal side. And if I can stick to a payment plan over time of these units, since really the agency and therefore ownership on our side, it's the same.
We'll have to work with administration, see what we can work out there, but I think I just want to work out a plan where you're paying the taxes for those condos, but the residents that do pay their taxes are paying someone else's taxes. Because that's what it boils down for everybody in this room. And all the emails coming forward, it's the part of people having to pay someone else's taxes is kind of the crux of it. And even you're talking a tax bill from 100 residents that left town. But yeah, let's see what we can do there. But I think Councillor Boussier has a question as well there. Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to Charles, I just seeking some clarification there, sir. You mentioned you had 84 units rented at about $2,000. That worked out to be $160,000, and yet I thought you mentioned you only net, or the condo corp only nets about $2,000 a month. So are you telling me? I mean, I'm sure you're not making $158,000 a month, I hope, but like, it seems like the expenses of the condo corp is quite high. Can you explain where the $158,000 is allocated to? If those numbers you provided were correct.
Yep. Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, I do weekly financials. Give you an example. We got utility bills, 7,000. We pay the water bill. We have been for the last 6 months. That's about 8, and taxes 5. We have an appliance provider that I owe 27,000 to. I'm paying 5,000 a month. ACs that were installed on rental request to close them. That's a payment plan. That's about 6 right now. I charge 10. We pay CalMac 100,000. We pay a lawyer 50. We got insurance of, sorry, we pay a lawyer 10, insurance of 50. Another lawyer gets 10. We have another portion that's 8. Our landscape contractor is about 10. Right now it's 9. Our winter is going to be over 10. We have an accountant that's 2,200. Last month, for example, I paid off on a payment plan with the plumbing company of about 3,000. So I know I'm rhyming these off quickly, but I do the numbers all the time, because these numbers is how we survive. Like the cash flow basis, I don't look at the accruals as some accountants do. I'm not an accountant, but I just look at cash flow. Do I have enough to cover my bills? Anyone I'm not paying in full? Do I have a payment plan in agreement where they're okay? One guy asked for 10,000 last month because he's like, this is going on too long. So I gave him 10. Now he's happy back at 5. I have to work with what we're told. We got office that we got some salaries as well. As we mentioned, a board member's getting paid. So, and then, yeah, that's
okay. So
roughly.
So I guess my reason for the ask is, so if our administration, if Mayor Bowman's brings something forward to work with administration, you can provide that budget or provide those numbers?
Yeah, as was mentioned by Kevin, at this point of asking for tax relief, through Chair Councilor Boucher, sorry, I wasn't comfortable providing all the details because I didn't know if they get thrown into his package and out there for all. I have no problem providing them privately. This is people's finances, even the arrears that was once talked about. I didn't feel comfortable because that's actually protected information. Just like I couldn't get tax info on these units till I proved agency. So I'll provide whatever is comfortable and legal and relevant. No problem with that.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any other questions of council? Councilor Boussier, your light's still on there. Do you have another question or?
No, apologies, Mr. Mayor. I keep forgetting to take it off. Thank
Okay,
you.
no problem. I think that's all the questions right now, Charles. Thank you. Could I get administration to return back for a few more questions, please? Kevin. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Welcome back. A couple questions. There was, I guess, discussion and trying to understand. There's in the MGA, there's a difference between tax deferral and tax payment plan. If there was a tax payment plan, are we able to go beyond the 36 months? I know right now the ask is 24 months, but I think in the MGA, I think you can only defer taxes for 36 months, but can a tax payment plan go beyond the 36 months?
To Chair, to Councillor Weigel, so for tax payment plan, it's up to Councillor to decide how long they, and we can work with the condo corporation to get the calculations done.
Awesome. Second question. Mr. Charles was talking about not having to pay the taxes upon a foreclosure. Is it a possibility for them to still owe those taxes beyond that spot? I'm not asking this question, but I think you were here when he was talking about it. Can we still attach the taxes afterwards, or do they have to be paid in full upon foreclosure, knowing that the condo corporation who is foreclosing on themselves still owns the property-ish?
Yeah, so through the chair to Councillor Weigel, to be entirely frank, I'm not going to pretend to be an expert in foreclosure law. I practice municipal law, so we don't usually have to deal with it. But it's very rare for somebody to want to take title to a property with any of those encumbrances remaining. It may be possible. I don't know. Typically in a foreclosure, what's going to happen is everything gets removed. Mm-hmm. There's a possibility that we could have discussions now that we understand that that is what the plan is, that's what the condo corporation wants to do. It's possible that there's options, but this is where I'd have to go back and start, doing some legal research and looking into it, speaking to some lawyers who practice in the area to give you a definitive answer on whether or not there will be a way to do it. It's one of those perhaps creative solutions that isn't common.
Sure. And I guess my last question, which I think you answered it, but I'm just going to ask the actual question too. In that, are we able to structure a contract like when I'm not sure how that looks like when you give somebody a a tax payment plan. I'm not sure if that's a contract or just something you assess or whatever it is. Are we able to assess on the back end that the condo corporation is taking it over, they own title, and so basically they're renting it out, but if they therefore, pardon my language, sell the property at that point, then the full amount would become due at the point of a sale? So they have like a payment plan, say over 5 years versus 2 years, but they continue that payment plan, they foreclose, the payment plan still stays at the exact same rate, but if they choose to sell that property, then upon the sale of that property, the full amount of the tax owed at that point, it then becomes due.
Yeah, so through the chair to Councillor Weigel, that as well may also be an option. It's certainly something you could put in an agreement. If there was a way to keep the registration on title and still allow the condominium corporation to take possession, it would sort of deal with that issue, in that if they tried to sell it, the new owner would want that removed from title. So it's, again, these are options that we could explore, but this isn't what we were thinking coming in to the meeting today, so there hasn't been the opportunity to fully grasp what the potential implications of that might be.
Okay, awesome. P.S. You guys have been great for information, so thank you.
Okay, we're just going to take a 5-minute recess to develop a motion here. Okay, Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank everybody for the discussion tonight. It's been a long night. I appreciate those of you that have come to speak and go through and hang on to this. You guys have been through an absolute lot, as many of us have through the wildfires, and you guys continue to lay on that burden. And so thank you for coming forward and laying your hearts and being vocal and being a participant in this community and letting us know what's going on. A ton of information has come through. Through that, I guess, process, I've kind of come together with a new motion to be able to bring forward that I think should be able to help. The intent of the motion is to be able to not obviously so that the condo corporation isn't responsible upon the instant foreclosure, but it also, the spirit of this motion is that no special assessment lands on the current ownership of the people that are in good tax paying positions along here, that they could stay at the current state that they're at and be able to come along, and that the condo corporation will then have an opportunity to be able to do what they need to do to stay current where they're at. So the motion is that the request for tax forgiveness in the amount of $305,744.42 for 103 units of the properties registered under Condo Plan 8120257, Attachment 1 be denied. That the request for tax penalties forgiveness in the amount of $61,696.92 for 103 units of the properties registered under the Condo Plan 8120257, Attachment 1 be approved. That the Condo Corporation for the Condo Plan 8120257 pay the taxes owing on the tax accounts identified in Attachment 1 in the amount of $243,774.50 on a monthly basis in the amount of $11,500 per month until the units are sold or the taxes are paid in full.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Ball?
I second that motion.
Thank you. Do we have any debate points or questions of council? I'm not seeing any, so I'll call for a vote. All in favor? It is?
Councillor
Oh,
Boussier.
sorry, Councillor Booth, you have a question?
Yes, just clarification. So we're forgiving the interest.
Yes, the penalties and fees.
Penalties and fees.
Okay, so does that open the door for anyone else that's paid fees or on their own principal residence come forward? I'm assuming it does.
Mr. CAO?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, it is within council's authority to waive those penalties on any account, so under the legislation, so anyone could come forward. It's being structured as part of this repayment plan in this particular case.
Oh, no, yeah. Appreciate that, Mr. CAO. I understand that it's under our, I guess, guidance, but I'm assuming we're just going to open the door. I certainly support Councillor Weigel's motion. I guess the 61, I'm not sure about that, but certainly, I guess we'll just let it go to a vote. But I think we will open the door to a bunch of other owners that have taken on some debt through late payments or whatever other penalties that we have come up with over the years, right? So I guess just be prepared for that, I think.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, just again through the chair to Councillor Boussier, I guess I appreciate the comment about opening the door. The door's always been open for this route for someone to go on penalties because it's built into the legislation. So that's always been a possibility. So it's not opening a new door for anyone, but it is drawing attention to the opportunity or the potential of the opportunity. So it may draw, as I said, does send a signal that those signals may be read in different ways by different parties. So council may see more interest, but it's not a new opportunity for anyone.
Okay, and just through the Mr. Mayor, just to Councillor Wago, just wondering the rationale for the forgiveness of the taxes or the penalties, the forgiveness for the 61, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me just bring this back here. The thought behind it was the fact that this was on units that were not occupied for many years. And so giving that forgiveness that the condo association won't go back and special assess the current occupants for that amount, laying forth just the actual fees that were there that were owed to the city in the first place, making sure that everybody received the monies that were owed in responsibility and just not the late payments. Mr. Charles has brought up the fact that they can probably make the payment of $14,000, taking off the fees and then extending it over a longer period, making the payments shorter should give them more relief.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
And I can speak to that as well, Councillor Boosty. I think when I mentioned that when Mr. Schultz was up, that hopefully by giving this relief, that the property owners that have been paying their taxes, they're not going to be special assessed by the condo association to pay taxes owed by the 103 units that weren't paying taxes.
Okay. No, I certainly hope that the homeowners that have stayed around and stayed in this game for the last 4 or 5 years, like Shelley and the other ones, I hopefully the pain has stopped and there's no more assessments, and hopefully we can work with the condo corp and all that. And yeah, it's an unfortunate situation, and I feel bad for everybody involved.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. I just want to reiterate, because I think it was a very valid point on the forgiveness of tax, and being very clear with that those units were uninhabitable by circumstance and everything else, and that the rationale and justification of that is specifically related to the fact that they weren't habitable, and taxing them for an uninhabitable resident does have some rationale and forgiveness. So I'm certainly in support of it as it supports that.
And to your point, Councillor Grandison, very true, and we're only relieving the penalties and fees, not the actual taxes.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that.
Do you have any questions or debate points of council? Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, I just further to Councillor Grandison's, I understand that they weren't habitable, but let's not forget that the banks own the units, and they're the ones that should have been paying taxes. So they were built. Obviously, folks, for whatever reason, didn't move back in, but the bank was on title, and they're the ones that should have been making the payments. So, but I appreciate Councillor Wago's motion, and wait for the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. So if I have no more questions or debate points of council, we can call for a vote. Okay, all in favor? That's everybody here. Councillor Cardinal?
Snore once, I guess.
No, he's moving. Councillor Cardinal? Councillor Cardinal, we just called for a vote. Do you vote in favor or? I think your mic is muted, Councillor Cardinal.
I'll wait for the decline.
Okay.
Everybody's in favor.
Except Cardinal.
Okay, and do you want opposed? I only see Councillor Cardinal. Okay, so that motion is passed with one opposed. Thank you everyone for participating this evening. Have a great night. It's late. Drive safe.
last time I said the same point, which I am going to tell it now. Councillor's point of view, personal observations. If it is given in the end, nobody is ready to listen. Even now, people are tired. Those who started in 8 o'clock and again they have to go 8 o'clock in the morning. My point is the same which I talked to you in the lunchroom about the university. Last time in
If you have a motion to bring forward, just bring the motion forward.
Yeah, we bring a motion, we
That's the
discuss
beginning
it
of the
in
meeting.
detail. Okay, sir?
Yeah,
Because
we
there
call
are
for
so many
motions at the beginning of the
residents
meeting.
asked me, so I have to put it across in the council.
Yeah, at
So,
the beginning of the meeting, we ask councilors who want to make any motions. That's the first thing we do at the beginning of the meeting.
okay, we may make some resolution so that our voice goes to the province.
We do it every meeting. We ask for any councilor who want to make a motion.
Okay, today we wind it up and next time we discuss more.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone.